Council meeting. We're grateful to have you join us. As you've probably seen, we continue to hold our meetings electronically due to the practice of social distancing. Although conducting our meetings electronically is different from our familiar in-person public work sessions, this is still considered an open and public meeting. We welcome members of the public who may be watching via live video on the Council's agenda page, YouTube, SLC TV, or Facebook Live. Although there is no public comment during a work session, you can join us at 7 p.m. for the formal meeting tonight to share any comments that you have about any items on the agenda or a general comment item. Your feedback is always welcome, and you can reach the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114-5476. Or you can email us at council.comments@slcgov.com or call our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. We'll now move on to our work session items. Our first item is related to the update from the mayor's proclamation declaring local emergencies for COVID-19, the March earthquake, and the September 8th windstorm. So I will go ahead and turn the time over to Rachel Otto, the Chief of Staff, and to Mayor Mendenhall to take us through this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, council members. Happy Tuesday. I will start with the COVID update. As you have heard this morning, we've requested to be permitted to shift back to orange. This is after the 3 highest positive test case days in the pandemic history locally happening in just the last couple of weeks. We're looking at data today from the state that shows local data that shows an 8.5% positivity rate averaged over the last 7 days, where that goal is less than 5%, we're at 8.5. And where the transmission rate goal is less than 1, we're at 1.48 on proxy transmission. We currently have 45 police officers in quarantine or isolation due to exposure. It's requiring some operational shifts, but PD is making it work. And we'll be working with businesses and other stakeholders, public health officials, to try to better tune what that moderate risk restrictions are. Now that we've had months to adapt to COVID, the color code restriction levels, as you know, were created fairly early in the pandemic. And as our public health data and business practices have evolved over the last many months, I think that we all would like a more surgical approach than that broad brush stroke that some of the color code restrictions were initially created as. So we're wanting to work with the community and with public health officials to make this as effective as it can possibly be. Are there any questions?
Any questions, council members? Doesn't look like it, so go ahead and keep going, Mayor. Thank you.
I think next we have a wind update. Cleanup is moving ahead. I know it's on schedule right now. They've done an incredible amount of work just in the last week, and we've had some additional resources come in. Rachel, I don't know if you have any other updates on wind before we move on to homelessness update.
That's really, thank you. That's really just about it. We're really focused right now on making sure that things are clear enough and that we don't have a storm gutter problem and a stormwater issue with runoff as we start shifting seasons here. I would also just quickly add, sorry, that we're still working on a variety of different, hopefully some different programs to divert more wood waste out of our landfills. Those things are definitely still in various forms of completeness, but we'll be happy to bring you back an update on that. I know that's important to all of us to make sure that we're diverting as much from the landfills as we possibly can.
Uh, any questions from council members on that item? Nope. Okay, thank you. Do we want to move on now to our second agenda item, which is updates on relieving the condition of people experiencing homelessness?
I think Rachel's doing the update on that.
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick update today for council members on the continuation of the community commitment program. We began phase 2 yesterday, and I know that you remember from our past conversations that phase 2 really involves the beginning of some intensive focused outreach in one place at a time as we start kind of moving these resources around the city based on how we, staffing at service provider level and legal resources and other things. So the first day launched yesterday in the 700 South area around the Geraldine. And from yesterday, I got a little bit of an update. There were 14 people that outreach was able to engage with. One person accepted an offer to go into shelter. One person was able to be connected with a housing case manager based on that person's desire. Outreach workers made 4 attempts to place people with a service that didn't end up being available on site that day. So we'll work on adjusting, what we're able to do. And outreach workers made 9 offers to available services that were not accepted. This is, of course, a learning process to figure out, who's taking what services, what kind of services people want and what their preferences are, and figuring out what our roadblocks are. So one hurdle that outreach workers identified yesterday is that obtaining vital documents, birth certificate, other things, is really difficult for people to obtain, especially when they weren't born in Utah. So that's a problem we're trying to address, and maybe we're trying to brainstorm on ideas for how to help people get those documents during the resource fair that we will offer towards the next couple of weeks of the community commitment program in this area, 700 South. So we can then, we assume we'll learn a lot of things over the next few weeks working hard in this area that we'll be able to use as this program continues. So there's a pretty thorough and very nice website that HAND has been working to put up. It should be up by the close of business today, and it will explain the various phases of the community commitment program, what resources are available, the timelines, hopefully address some of the frequently asked questions that people are going to have about this program. So I'll make sure to share that link with you as soon as it's live, hopefully in the next couple of hours here. Any questions about this?
Questions, council members? I don't see any. Rachel, did you have anything else on that item?
I do not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll go on now to agenda item number 3, which is updates on racial equity and policing. So for this item, the administration has an update on the contract for the facilities who'll be working with the commission on racial equity and policing. Or sorry, not facilities, facilitators. Maybe the facilities.
Council Chair Wharton, this is David Litvak. Hope you're doing well. Council members, thank you for the opportunity to give you an update. And also, as we discuss this in consultation with council staff, also would like to make a request for a straw poll of support on the funding for the facilitator. I will give you a quick background to let you know about the process for the selection of the facilitator. Back in August, we did go out to an RFP. We received about 10 responses. The RFP selection committee included members from the mayor's office, council member Valdemorio sat on the selection committee, as well as 3 members of the Core Commission from the Racial Equity and Policing Commission. From the initial review of the proposals, the selection committee had a top 3 firms that were interviewed as a part of the selection process. The firm that was selected was the Langdon Group. And I know that you are all very familiar with the Langdon Group and the different work that they've done with the city. Without going into a whole lot of details, I want to let you know that the Langdon Group is also, as a part of this proposal, they supplemented their team with some additional expertise, both in community engagement and expertise in facilitation around racial equity issues. On Friday, transmitted to the council was the budget for the Racial and Equity Policing Commission, including the facilitator. That will be a part of the budget amendment coming before you, I believe, next week. I'm happy to answer or talk through the broader budget. I'll just let you know there's 3 categories in the budget for the commission. There is a stipend that we are proposing to support the work of the commissioners, including the Youth Commission that has been formed as a part of this. There's the cost to the facilitator, and then there is a budget set aside for some additional community engagement that you will be seeing. The cost for the facilitator is based on a not to exceed amount of $218,000, and sorry, I want to get the exact amount right. Had it right here in front of me and close the document. $218,940 is the not to exceed amount. This is based on the proposal that estimated about a years long worth of work for the facilitator. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that the council members have. We are asking for a straw poll today, as I mentioned, just to get over the final hurdle in getting the contract finalized and the facilitator fully up and running.
Council members have questions? Councilmember Romano?
Yeah, thanks, David. I have a question about the budget for this commission. One thing that was important when we were first discussing it to me was that the commissioners themselves would receive some type of compensation for their time and travel. Can you give me an update on that, if that's been finalized, how much and how that's being worked out, and where that fits within this $218,000 facilitator request, or if it's separate from that, I assume?
Council member, I'm more than happy to provide that update. We are factoring that in. That is separate from the facilitator. The $218,940 is specifically for the team of facilitators. What you will see in the budget amendment is the proposal to include, and I shouldn't have used the word stipend, to include an honorarium for the commissioners. We have broken that down in our proposal anyways into 3 separate categories. There is an amount that you will see for the core commission of $2,500. There is an amount for the other members of the commission of $2,000. And some of that is recognizing the unique role that the core commissioners may have and have had in terms of helping to set the agenda for each meeting and playing a little bit more of a leadership role within the commission, which is why you'll see the proposal the way you do. And then we have a youth commission that meets as well and rotates as a part of the core commission, 2 members each meeting, and their decision to rotate. and we are proposing an amount of $1,500 for the youth subcommittee members. So that is separate from the $218,000, but it is a part of the full budget that you will see as a part of the budget amendment. Does that answer your question? Are there any other questions I can answer along those lines, council member?
I don't see any other hands. Oh, Councilmember Dugan.
And would these facilitators start immediately once?
Yes. Yeah, we've already started some of the initial work in terms of getting to know the core commissioners and the commission. We did an introduction to the commission, but we're all super excited to get them fully operational.
Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would propose a straw poll that we support the decision to move forward with this particular facilitator, expecting a future budget amendment and supporting that future budget amendment.
Okay, we have a straw poll from Councilmember Fowler. Does everybody understand the straw poll, or are there any questions, or anyone want to make any comments before I ask for your feedback? Okay, so if you'll go ahead and indicate your support or non-support for the straw poll. I see a thumbs up from myself, Councilmember Fowler, Councilmember Dugan, Mono, Rogers, and Johnson. Yes, there it goes. It's floating into the atmosphere, but it's still counting it. All right, so that's unanimous with all council members except for Councilmember Valdemoros, who's not present. Anything else on this issue?
Not for me, Council Chair Wharton. Thank you very much, Chair Wharton and council members. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. We'll move on now to agenda item number 4, which is fleet block zoning amendments. Fleet block is the piece of city-owned property between 3rd and 4th West, between 8th and 9th South. The development of this block has been a long-standing discussion within the city, so we'll have a little extra time on this agenda to hear about any action items that we have and regarding the rezone, and then also have time for others to share more input about the projects. Council members, there is an outline for this item in your names agenda in your emails. We're going to start by turning the time over to Nick Tarbett from the City Council office to lead us through this discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. I'm just scrolling through real quick. I think I see we have the planning staff here already, so we should be good to start with that. And then the other participants can trickle in. Hopefully they're seeing that we're a little ahead of schedule. As you mentioned, I'll introduce this just real quick and then turn the time over to Mayor Mendenhall. She's going to give an intro before her staff begin with the presentations. But as you mentioned, the first item we're going to talk about today is the fleet block zoning amendments. That consists of 2 items. One is the creation of a new form-based urban neighborhood zoning district called FBUN3. And then the second component is the rezone of the fleet block to FBUN3. As you mentioned, this has been an area of interest for many council members for many years, and therefore the administration was very generous to provide lots of the different departments and divisions who've been working in this area to be able to provide some background on what they've been doing over the recent years. So from there, I'll turn the time over to Mayor Mendenhall, after which Danielle Echeverria will give an overview of the proposed zoning amendments.
Okay, over to you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Nick. I was excited on the council when this came before us back in 2019, and you know that the Planning Commission issued a recommendation in December of last year. It was initiated, I should say, in March of 2019, which was the exciting part, because this is a block that the city sat on for multiple administrations, about 10 acres. And it is time that we do as much good with it as we possibly can. So about 4 years ago at my State of the City address, I said that I wanted it to, that was a joke, to be as though the downtown core reached out and said, this is where we're going, and build our fleet block to be a great and new extension of our downtown core. You're going to hear from a number of our city departments, as Nick mentioned, community and neighborhoods, economic development, with Danny from the RDA, specifically public services. I know, and I think that Laura Briefer is also on the line in case we have questions about public utilities, but that's the kind of Herculean and cohesive, holistic effort that it is going to take for us to launch the fleet block. And perhaps it's part of the reason that it hasn't taken ground yet in the past many years. But we want to bring this together, and we want to look at it holistically, be realistic about the opportunities and the needs that we have to be able to merge in order to make this successful. I'm excited about the potential of the opportunity zone overlay and all of the investment that's happening in that area, but the momentum that those investors are bringing to helping us hopefully leverage a transit conversation in that area. And there's people from CAN who will be able to talk to you about that with more detail or questions, and Danny Walls as well from the RDA. But the other part of it is maintaining some of the really rich culture that exists in that area of the granary, with makers, with creators, with brewers, with artists. And it's important to me, as part of the vision of growing the fleet block, is also to infuse it with access and visibility to those wonderful people who call the granary home today, who have in the past, and who should be a part of the fabric of it in the future. So I'm thrilled at this opportunity, and really mostly about the opportunity for us to create greater equity in our city in access to opportunities, whether that's maker spaces or it's jobs in a burgeoning tech industry that could be growing in this area, even through the development of it and the opportunity for us to create apprenticeship opportunities while we build the fleet block. So I think the value lineup here of our growing capital city, fastest growing population in the country here in the state of Utah, and the incredible amount of talent and untapped opportunities that we have the opportunity to create for our residents come together in a very exciting way at this time in 2020, especially for the fleet block. Thanks, Mr. Chair, for giving me a moment, and I'll hand it back to Nick Tarbett or over to Can.
Thank you.
So Dan, if we have Daniel here, we'll just let him jump right into the rezone and zoning text amendments overview.
So Nick, this is Nick Norris. Before Daniel starts, I just wanted to jump in real quick and give everybody an idea of what we were considering when we started looking at the fleet block, and how we looked at this as a much bigger potential proposal than just the fleet block. And so we crafted this ordinance that Daniel's going to go over with the lens on having it be applicable in many other parts of the city that are currently zoned for general commercial or corridor commercial, and even some of our M1 zones that are closer in to the city. So we took those contexts into account as we produce this, and we do plan, as resources permit and necessity drives our priorities, that we consider this proposal in those other parts of the city. And so as we move forward with that, it is very possible that there may be some down the road, some tweaks and some changes to better fit those contexts and to address some of those development issues that exist not just on the fleet block and in the granary, but along some of those other corridors where we know that we have the potential to create more livable environments and achieve the goals of the city.
Okay.
So,
I can
oh, okay.
I can go ahead and start. It looks like I have sharing control now, so I will share my presentation. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so thank you. I'm here to give you an overview of the Fleet Block zoning itself. So council knows the Fleet Block is a 10-acre city block located between 800 and 900 south and 300 and 400 west. You can see this overview map aerial showing the property. So the city owns 8.75 acres of the block, and a small 1.25 acre portion of the block on the southwest corner is owned by a private property owner. And the property was used for decades to maintain the city's fleet and city maintenance operations. But in 2010, the city's fleet facility moved, and that opened up the Fleet Block for potential redevelopment. So the property has two zones right now: public lands meant for and restricted to public uses like city-owned buildings, and general commercial, which is meant for a wide variety of commercial uses. These two designations won't allow for or don't require high-quality pedestrian-oriented development. So planning was tasked with looking at a zoning for the block that would support that kind of redevelopment. So with a rezone proposal, we start by looking at what the master plan calls for. In this case, the downtown master plan includes a section directed specifically at the Fleet Block. And it says the redevelopment of the Fleet Block demonstrates the best of urban family living and industry, the mixing of land uses once thought to be incompatible, and improved connections that focus on putting people first. Zoning changes support a true mix of housing options, including townhomes, the reuse of historic buildings, and mid-rise development. So with that context, we looked at zoning options for the block that would support that, including any existing zoning options that we have. So we started by looking at the surrounding zoning to determine if there were existing zones that could be expanded to cover the Fleet Block. In this case, you have the form-based urban neighborhood zone to the east and central 9, the D2 downtown support zone to the north and south of the block, and the CG zone, which covers the most of the granary on the west right now. So the CG zone really has no design standards. We decided against that immediately. But the D2 and form-based zones have a number of design standards that are generally within the scale called for by the master plan. So we considered the D2 zone, but ultimately decided against it due to its allowance for outdoor car sales lots and its lack of an allowance for townhomes, which are called for by the master plan. So that left us with the form-based urban neighborhood 2 zone, which has design requirements that fit the parameters of the master plan, but maybe didn't quite have the maximum mid-rise height called for by. So based on that, we are proposing a modified version of the form-based urban neighborhood 2 zone. And this would be called the form-based urban neighborhood 3 zone. And this zone would build on the framework of the existing form-based urban neighborhood 2 zone. It's being used across Central 9. And as it says in its name, this is a form-based code, which means that the zoning has a number of building form and design requirements versus a traditional zone that has few design requirements. The key components of the code are that it allows for mid-rise heights to help support the density and intensity necessary for an active urban neighborhood. It has a number of design controls that support high-quality development and pedestrian engagement. And it will allow for a variety of uses from townhomes up to light industrial uses. And additionally, as Nick mentioned, we developed this code within the granary area context with the intent that this could potentially be used to introduce design requirements to the granary area in the future by expanding the zoning. So a form-based code has a number of parts, but it starts with a building form type like a row house or storefront or a multifamily building. And then for each type of building, you have specific bulk requirements like setbacks and heights. And then you have design standards like requirements for materials and glass, standards for land uses, streetscape improvements, parking, and sign standards. So to start, this code has two main building forms. The first is the row house building type. And this type is based on the downtown plans call for a mix of housing options, including townhomes. The other type is broader and actually includes three different similar building forms. That's the vertical mixed use, multifamily, and storefront buildings. So we're proposing these building types since the downtown plan calls for mixed use, active, urban, and mid-rise scale buildings. So as far as bulk and size regulations for row homes or townhomes, the zoning proposal would allow for 40-foot tall row home structures, which are 3 to 4 stories in height, with limited setbacks to allow for some limited separation from the street, and would include an open space requirement. And that open space requirement could be a front yard or a rooftop deck or a common area shared by all of the units in a development. The other forms in this code are the higher intensity forms of vertical mixed use, multifamily and storefront buildings. So these types of buildings are all fairly similar in an urban context. So these were grouped into one form as part of this zone. And so for these buildings, setbacks would be limited to 10 feet with 50% required to be within 5 feet of the sidewalk. And that's to encourage the direct pedestrian engagement and potential facade modulation for visual interest. It would also require 14-foot tall ground floors, and that's to encourage and support the use of ground floor space for active commercial uses, even if at first the spaces are built for residential uses. Additionally, there would be a requirement for 10% of the lot to be open space, which could be things like plazas or rooftop gardens or other common shared open space. And the maximum height for this building form would be 85 feet, which is going to support buildings around 7 stories. But buildings up to 125 feet, which is about 11 to 12 stories, would be allowed through a design review, and that would be to ensure that taller buildings still relate to human scale and minimize any negative scale impacts that height can have. So one of the key components of the code is the design standards. It's pretty key. So I'm not going to go into these all in depth because there are a number of them, but development in the zone will have to follow all the design standards required for our other form-based codes. These requirements are all intended to ensure a high level of pedestrian street engagement and visual interest on public-facing facades. So these include standards for significant entry features, requirements for ground floor uses besides parking, glass minimums to ensure visible activity on ground floors, blank wall limits for visual interest, building facade length limits to better relate to human scale buildings, high quality exterior building material requirements, and a number of other requirements to ensure that we get high quality buildings that engage pedestrians. So the next component of this is the land uses. So this zone would allow a broad variety of uses from townhomes to light industrial, with the intent that the design standards in the zone would limit any negative impacts that could potentially occur with these higher intensity uses. So for some examples at the low end, you have townhomes, multifamily residential, things like parks and plazas. And then in the middle, you would have bars, restaurants, office, retail. And then at the higher end, you would have things like breweries, commercial food preparation, industrial assembly, which is putting parts together to make a product, light manufacturing, which would have to occur indoors with no external noise, light, or exhaust. And these higher intensity uses are intended to reflect and support those existing uses that occur in the granary. And this is anticipating, again, that this zone would be expanded to the rest of the granary in the future. And in our review of the land uses, there were some potential higher intensity uses that might have no street engagement with activity. So we built into the code things that would prohibit these uses like warehouse and storage uses from being located next to the sidewalks where they wouldn't provide any visual activity. So there are a number of other general requirements that don't directly relate to building design in the zone. These include limiting outdoor parking to the side, setback from the sidewalk and behind buildings, sidewalk requirements of 8 feet wide, which generally mirrors our downtown sidewalk requirements, but it is a little more than our other commercial districts. Street trees would be required every 30 feet, again mirroring the downtown requirements. And mid-block walkways would need to be installed where shown in our city master plans. And on the fleet block, the plan shows mid-block walkways crossing down the middle of the block, and you can see that on the diagram map on the right. So the sign requirements are similar to our other form-based and commercial zones, with pedestrian scale signs allowed and also larger scale signs allowed due to the potential larger building scale in this zone. And as for parking, this would have no parking requirements, and that mirrors our existing form-based zones given their proximity to transit. So parking really would be up to market demand, with the exception of a maximum parking limit in the code to help avoid that oversupply or potential sea of parking. So some other important requirements include a requirement for higher activity uses on 900 South along the sidewalk. So this would include uses like retail, restaurants, bars, art galleries, and other businesses that generally have an open space for the public, but it would exclude residential units. So for row homes, this would mean that they need to have a ground floor work requirement on that ground floor space next to 900 South. And the reason for the proposed restriction is that 900 South is intended to be the 9-line urban trail connection, and the city in the long term may do some significant right-of-way improvements to that corridor. And so the zoning would require those higher activity uses that really take advantage of that investment and encourage activity along the 9-line. Another requirement that briefly mentioned is the 14-foot tall ground floor height requirements, and that's to encourage those ground floors anywhere in this zone to be used for higher activity commercial uses in the long term, recognizing that it could be problematic to outright require higher intensity commercials everywhere when there is potentially not demand for it. Another general regulation in this is an allowance for row home lots that aren't directly adjacent to the street. So we've gotten a lot of row house style developments in the form-based zone, but many of them are just rentals because of restrictions on breaking up these row homes into individual lots. So this change could potentially encourage more for sale rather than just rental development in the area. And last, as part of this, we made a variety of smaller changes to the form-based code to eliminate and reduce potential for code conflicts as we administer this code. So finally, just briefly, I want to touch on the public process for this. We started this in July of 2019 with a pretty well-attended open house held right on the Fleet Block, and that was to go over concepts for the zone and get some initial public feedback. We followed that up with a briefing with the Planning Commission and a preliminary draft at the end of July. And after that briefing, we made some modifications and pushed that out for additional input in October. We then made some additional changes to finalize that draft and went to Planning Commission in December of 2019. And through this process, we did receive some more substantive comments that resulted in changes to the code. We received a number of comments about building heights, both for additional height and lower heights. A couple of these were regarding the impact of height limits on rooftop uses. So we made changes to the code to ensure that rooftop uses could occur with any buildings regardless of their height in this zone. We also heard a number of comments about wanting to see more active uses on the street. So in response, we did narrow the allowed uses on 900 South and restricted or eliminated some of the more inactive uses from being allowed on ground floors. And we did also receive comments from architects that have worked on projects in the form-based code and issues with the form-based code's material requirements. So we did add in some additional materials that are high quality and added some clarifications to that list. And that just covers some of the more substantive changes to the code from public input. So that about covers the zoning proposal. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, council members. Question from Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Daniel. That was very insightful. Could you talk a little bit more about the parking and the requirements for parking? Because the one concern about, all the parking being in the middle of the block, and then the next thing you know, you just have a sea of parking in the middle of no green space.
Right. So in this zone, there isn't that minimum parking required by the zoning itself. So the city wouldn't be the driving factor to result in a large sea of parking on a block. But there is a maximum parking limit. And the maximum parking limit in the form-based zones is actually our minimums for the rest of the city. So for example, a restaurant is required to provide 2 spaces per 1,000 square feet for most zones in the city. In the form-based code, we wouldn't require that at all. And there would be a cap on the number of stalls they could provide, and that cap would be 2 per 1,000 square feet. So it kind of restricts that ability for someone to just develop a sea of parking.
And then the row houses, would they be parking behind their houses? Would they just have off-street parking? farm
They would-
on-street parking?
They would be allowed to have off-street parking in a garage or behind the facades.
Okay. And one more question, Chair,
Okay.
about the green space. What was could you talk a little bit more about the green space?
So there is a requirement for open space for any development, and for the larger buildings, that's 10% of, go up to that slide. It's 10% open space required per lot. So you take that calculation and you could have that open space on the ground level, in the front or the side, or you could potentially have that on a rooftop deck or something like that. For row homes, they also have an open space requirement, and that's equal to 25% of the footprint of the unit. So they could take that and they could put that on the rooftop of a row home or as part of their front yard or backyard, or it could just be allocated as a group from all the row home units into one shared open space area that's larger.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember No.
Thanks. Yeah, I also had questions about the open green space requirement. So if I'm understanding it correctly, this is private space. It's just doesn't have a building on it, or it does have a building, it's just on the roof. I think there's two reasons why an open space requirement is important. One is an environmental reason to, add green planting that could help reduce carbon and things like that. But also is open space becomes a place for the community to gather. So while I think it makes sense that like rooftop terraces could count in some way, but I don't think it's the same as green space on the ground floor. And if I'm understanding it correctly, it could still all be open space that was fenced so the public could not access. Is that true?
That's correct. Yeah, this doesn't have to be publicly accessible open space.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's a way that, and maybe that's just because the city owns the land, we can write that into how the land disposition process for this. But if there's a way within the zone that lots over a certain size, some of that open space needs to be publicly accessible or something to that effect, because this is something that I've been, the Central Ninth Community Council has asked me about with this zone, that they're really concerned that there's not public open space available nearby. And they'd love to see some type of small park or part of the block used for that. And I don't know if that's appropriate within the zoning, but I wanted to sort of relay that constituent concern that I've heard and ask if you have any ideas where that might be appropriate or if it is at all.
That can get tricky as part of zoning, just requiring it outright. Property owners can say that we're doing a taking by taking their property for public use for essentially a park. There may be ways to build that into the zoning when we could look at that. But right now we don't have that requirement in any of our other zones to just essentially just grab and put in this zone. So it would require some more research and maybe some consultation with the attorney's office.
Okay, thanks. And then on the environmental aspect of open space, I mean, it could be a completely hardscape plaza with no grass or trees or flowers, correct?
It could.
That's something
There
that
is
that's something that we may want to think about, is if it's hardscape, does that only count for half? Can you only have half of your open space hardscaped or something like that? Because it seems like it could be built and meet zoning and still have absolutely no kind of environmental impact. There could be nothing alive growing in it. It's a deficiency to me.
And we did build in a requirement for vegetation in the row house, open house or open space standard. And that's 20% of the open space has to be vegetation. But we didn't incorporate that same requirement in the larger building, anticipating it might be more difficult on like a rooftop deck, but that's something that we could look at.
Thanks. And then if it's okay, Mr. Chair, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Regarding the 900 South active, like the restriction to only specific uses on 900 South. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering if that shouldn't be extended to maybe 300 West, which is also a big street that right now is not pedestrian friendly, but hopefully will be as we invest in that street. And if that shouldn't be a requirement just throughout the entire zone, is to require certain commercial public uses on the ground floor. Was that considered?
Yeah, we did consider that. I think we were cautious a little bit because we don't know. The demand for that can be tricky, and we can potentially just result in some empty vacant spaces that even have essentially less activity than just a residence that might be on the ground floor. So that was why we took the approach with the higher ground floor heights, so that those potentially could be converted over to commercial uses more likely because of that height than lower ground floor heights. So we took a cautious approach on that.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up on that?
Yeah, Councilmember Fowler, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate Darren's comment on that because I think 300 West has the potential, especially if we're working on it, to become something a little more pedestrian friendly than it is now. Would there be a way to require that, but then have exceptions? I hate exceptions because I find that exceptions tend to swallow the rule often. But it does seem that this may be one of those things where I recognize you're being cautious so that we don't have just empty retail spaces that aren't being used. But is there some way to balance that a little bit?
We could look at potentially a percentage of a frontage being required to be those more higher activity uses. We also in their TSA zones take a different approach where the space itself has to be built to a commercial building standard to make it even easier to convert that over to commercial.
So you could have the building be commercial standard, but have it be a residence until you decide or somebody decides we're going to put some sort of commercial activity here.
Exactly. Yeah, and it makes it easier to just switch that over with more minimal work to the inside.
That would be interesting. I don't know what the pros and cons of that would be, but I'd be interested maybe, especially if we're going to try to have more transit down 3rd West, maybe that incorporating something like that would be beneficial for that side of the block. I know you guys have put a lot of work into this and I don't want to add more work, of course, but I would be interested in what the pros and cons of something like that would be.
It would definitely be a higher upfront expense for development, but I think some of our TSA zones have gone ahead and done that for development along 400 South.
So this is Nick, just to add to that. I think this goes back a little bit to that comment I made at the beginning of expanding where this zone would apply. It was written for the 300 West corridor, and this might be one of those tweaks that as we look to expand it, particularly in conjunction with the work that transportation's doing on redesigning that corridor, that would be the time when we're already engaging in people and see what's going on and what the final things are, the final designs are and things like that, where we can be better equipped to address what street engagement is like on that street.
But if we do, Councilmember Rogers.
Nick, you were discussing exactly what I was going to dive into, which is if this new zone. Where else do you think you're going to see most of these zoning applications come from for this change?
So what we know that it's highly likely that this or a version of this will be applied to the rest of the granary. But it also is written to essentially replace that CG zone, which is mostly the 300 West corridor right now. There's some out 5600 West, which has all kinds of other limitations on it, which it might not be worth our effort to deal with. But there's also some of our master plans call for some other corridors to be more intense than what they are, whether that's State Street, the closer on Redwood Road, the closer you get to 2100 South, things like that. the 700 West corridor, which has a bunch of M1 zoning, and the 2100 South west of I-15 also has some CG and M1 zoning that we could open up where housing can go.
So that's great for me, Nick, to understand. And then my other question is, it's actually more of a statement, council members, and that's for us to understand this zoning and what it's really doing, and then understand that we've got a disposition of property that's completely different that we can entitle this property to. So that can change the outlook of what we're looking at. But I just think we need to separate the zoning that we're discussing and the disposition of property with the fleet block.
Councilmember Johnston.
I agree with Councilmember Rogers. I appreciate the work's been done on the zone, the FBU and 3. I think it makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. And I personally disagree with using this block in this way. So I support the zoning work and how it applies to the city. I also believe strongly that we are not going to come back later and get open space. We won't be able to. If we don't do it on the fleet block, we're not going to do it in this neighborhood, and you're going to see what we have, which is a great growth, interesting development sort of patterns with residential and mixed use and public transit, and no open space. 10% is basically a parking strip. And so if we want livability in the city, if we want a high quality of life, not just a life, I think open space is going to be critical to us, and we're not going to get it later on. If we don't use city assets now, we're not going to do it. So I'm not disagreeing with the zoning work that's been done and how it might apply. I think that in this case, if we have a land disposition discussion later on, and I know this allows parks in the FBU and 3, I believe, is that correct? And there's some issues around parks in proximity to alcohol establishments and those kind of things. We have to deal with that. So I support the zoning. I have real concerns about developing this lot in the ways we've been talking about, or the way the consultants put forward.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Fowler, go ahead.
Andrew, I appreciate that, because I think especially in that area, there is no green space, none, zero over there, right? There's no open space, there's no green space. So I appreciate you pointing that out and putting that thought in my head. I did want to point out that I noticed in our staff report that in the table that kind of shows the permitted uses of each of the different zones, that an amusement park is permitted under this zone. So I'm just kidding, Andrew. That could be open space if somebody decides to have an amusement park there.
Other questions? Councilmember Rogers.
Yes, I don't know if Daniel can answer this question, but it would be my follow-up question is in regards to infrastructure. What type of infrastructure improvements are we looking at for water and sewer in order to supply this change in zoning?
So I think that's part of the purpose of the next part of this briefing, is to get a better understanding of all of those issues and needs.
Did I also see Councilmember Romano, go ahead.
I already kind of said this, but I'll just agree with Councilmember Johnston that I think at least some of this block needs to be used for open space, because it's such a limit in there. So that's something that I'm going to hopefully see in the plans. And I understand that that's probably more of the land disposition discussion than it is the zoning discussion. But I just wanted to say that I agree with that. And I think that that's what my constituents are saying as well.
Yeah, if I might, one of the goals when we took on this project was that whatever new zone we came up with didn't prohibit any of these types of uses and scenarios. And so That's why it is so open-ended, because we were asked at a time when there still was probably some decisions to be made about the future of the fleet block, about what could accommodate any kind of scenario from a development perspective. And so that's what this proposed zoning does. And that's why you see such a broad range of uses. And so it doesn't prohibit any or all of the block from being open space, doesn't prohibit it from being housing or any of the other goals and needs that the city has that maybe the private sector alone isn't going to provide in the ground, or may have trouble providing without some city asset going towards it. So that was one of our purposes for the project.
Sorry, Councilmember Dugan.
So that kind of leads me to the question about the hole of the donut in the middle of the fleet block area. Because if all these outer perimeter lots come together in the middle, who's to say that those where the mid-blocks cross, what that looks like for their open zone? So it would be a mishmash of 10% of different places, and then you don't really have a nice open public space or open private space. So is my vision of it differently, or how do you envision these lots coming together in the middle of the fleet block area? Or maybe that's part of the disposition of the land.
Yeah, I think that's part of making those decisions when we, as a city, collectively decide what to do with the property. And so if that programming of the property includes open space, that would be something that whoever we would reach out to help design that or develop it would identify where that would be, particularly if it is a public park or some other public open space. That's typically how we apply that and get those types of amenities through the development of city-owned land.
Any other questions on this? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Daniel, for your presentation. Thank you to both of the Nicks for your work on this. And we will go ahead and move on to our next agenda item, which is a tentative break. We are ahead of schedule, which is great.
Councilmember Wharton, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Did you want to do the other component of the briefing, which is we have community and neighborhood.
Oh, yes.
Economic. We have the people that could probably help answer some of those other difficult questions.
Yes, I was going to say that was kind of fast, faster than I was expecting. But yes, let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll take our break. So Nick, who's leading us through that?
So to this point, we'll have first community and neighborhoods has their capital asset and real estate services group will go first. And then we have transportation. And after them will be economic development, RDA staff, and then public services. And how we have it charted out is everybody will have about 5 to 7 minutes to provide an update, a quick briefing, and then the council members, or there can be Q&A after that. We have it scheduled for about a half an hour. So we still have plenty of time, but we can move through as quickly as you'd like as well. So I guess we'll go to community and neighborhoods first.
All right. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Want to make sure. We good? Okay. Thank you for taking some time today to discuss this important project in the Granary District. And I appreciate the groundwork that was laid by Daniel and Nick and this important step in the development in this area would be for this rezone. And so I appreciate the work and the detail that they offered for that. So I want to take some time today to do just a high-level summary of the Urban Design Associates feasibility study to include their process, their findings, and their recommended next steps. And as you recall, the study was completed back in late 2018, And at the conclusion of that process, a presentation was made to the City Council in early 2019, where they reviewed their findings. And for those of you who are not part of the council at that time, I just want to take a minute to give you some more information about the process and what went into and the conclusions that were made in that study. So to start with, the process was heavily public engagement oriented, and there was a very robust process by which several community engagement meetings where all stakeholders that had any interest in the granary attended. There was a charrette where visions and ideas were shared openly, and everyone was able to be heard as far as what they saw for the fleet block and for the granary as a whole. And so, with that information that was gathered, the findings that was presented from the public engagement, the consultants formulated a plan and made a recommendation for the city to include dividing the site into 3 areas and develop, using a phased approach, an innovation hub as part of the overall granary area. And the recommended next steps that they gave us at that time, the first one was to start with this rezone. And so I think this is a really important milestone in that process. And again, I appreciate that we're at that point where it is before you for consideration. But I think that it helps lay the groundwork for the future development and captures and allows for all the elements as outlined in the feasibility study. The next step would be to determine a sequence for public infrastructure improvements around the fleet block, including new roads, public access and transportation, upgrades to utilities, and undergrounding utility lines. That's I think a very important conversation that once, if this this zone is adopted, that would be sort of the next conversation that we would need to engage in. And then after that, we'd also want to determine a path for our environmental remediation. And following my remarks, JP is going to give you an overview of what that looks like and what's needed on the block for that. And then finally, it was recommended that the city publish formal requests for interest and or qualification from developers, which I think is going to be a really important step for us so that we can see, especially where the market is right now, and maybe some modifications that we would want to make, based on current market conditions. But I think it would be important for us to see what's out there and what interest there is in our development community for pursuing this project. Before I finish, I just wanted to add that our team has spent a lot of time coordinating and working with all the internal stakeholders to get us to this point. And we've always approached this process and the project with a mindset and philosophy that the more clear we are about what we want as a city, the better the overall development will become in the end. And I really appreciate and the mayor's vision as she outlined at the beginning of this briefing. And I look forward to us as working together as a city to unify around our mayor's vision for this site. So with that, are there any questions?
Any questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Oh, yes, we have one from Councilmember Valdemoros.
Thanks, Dan. I missed the mayor's vision on this one, but I wanted to ask you about open space. Was that part of the consideration on the development of this block?
Yes, it was. And it was actually, I was going to also add that the feedback that I think that planning and zoning received during their public process aligned a lot with the feedback that our consultants got from the community and from business owners and shareholders there, stakeholders there. And that was a call for enough open space and to make it so that it was livable. And I think to Councilmember Johnston's point, to make it, livable and it's so that it increases the quality of life there. So yes, that was a part of what we heard from that process.
Okay, great. And then, but are we moving forward with it? Do we have a budget consideration yet, or is it too early in the process?
So I think that it would be a part of whatever we decide to do as far as publishing a request to the development community. And as part of that process, we would specify in there what we want as far as open space and other components of the development. And then we would look to the developers to respond to that with their ideas and hopefully have that align with what we want as a city.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Okay.
So I can jump in now, and this is more informational, council. As Dan mentioned, there's an environmental consideration. There's one big constraint, and for those of you who aren't familiar with this constraint, the fleet block was used for a fleet block. It's been used as an industrial use for over 100 years, not just by the city. So there's significant levels of petroleum contamination, lead, arsenic, and other tasty stuff that we need to get out of there. So in 2017, late 2017, Terracon Environmental completed a phase two assessment. And I'll just be brief, but the extent of the cleanup and cost vary, but it primarily depends on the chosen levels of mitigation, and a lot of that depends on the land use and what's developed there. But determining factors for the level of cleanup depend on what it's used for and the screening levels, meaning there are certain EPA and Department of Environmental Quality standards for commercial uses, and there are standards for residential uses, and specifically ground floor residential uses require the highest standard of cleanup. So that's a consideration. The cleanup costs, depending on those levels, would range from roughly $600,000 for commercial screening requirements up to about 2.7 million. And this is, 2017 numbers. So we'd expect, like everything else, it's higher now. And then the time frame varies, again, depending on the cleanup extent, but would typically range from about 8 months up to 2 years, depending on ongoing monitoring results. So that's the quick environmental overview.
Okay, thanks so much. Any questions about that, council members? Okay. What do we have? Is economic development next, or are there any other questions for CAN?
Mr. Chair, transportation was next on the line.
Oh, was it? Okay, sorry. Go ahead then.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry. 2 questions. Councilmember Dugan?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to go back to the environmental cleanup.
Okay.
So when you talked about the cost, was that per acre, per lot, per size? And would you have to do it for the whole fleet block? And if you have a row house, is it just the area below your row house, or does it go out, 100 feet, 100 yards from your row house? How does that work? Because it's a 10-acre lot, and it could be expensive. It depends on how many row houses out.
Sure. Yeah, the city portion is about 8.5 acres, and they've done boring. So there's different holes where they've done testing all over the site. So different contaminants in different areas, different levels in different areas, groundwater in some places, maybe not in other places. So I think the answer to the question would be, if say there was a townhome and it was a ground floor residential use, if the location of that use was contaminated to a certain level, it would need to be cleaned up to a certain level. I'm not sure about the buffer, the distance between, the lot line or the building line to where it would need to be cleaned up. But the cost that they gave us was just for the overall site. If we went in all at once and cleaned the whole thing up.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnston, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if we had more detailed information on if we use it as, say, a public park, how high the cost might go in that for remediation compared to mix or residential commercial mix.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We could find that question for you. I'm not sure if it's a commercial screening level or not. I would assume that because it's open air, the concerns wouldn't be as high for vapor intruding into a building, but we can look into that.
Thank you.
All right. John, do you want to talk about the transportation side of this?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I think ours should be pretty easy. I'm happy to answer, any questions that come up. While the street frontage on all four sides of the street block or of the fleet block may change depending on what ends up being developed here. I think the larger transportation projects, we recommend moving full steam ahead on all of them, regardless of what happens with this block, just based on the general development demand in the broader Granary district. The biggest investment in the pipeline by far would be the 400 West light rail connection. We're already having active conversations at the highest levels between Salt Lake City and UTA. The mayor sent a formal request to enter into study for this, and UTA basically responded back that let's do this. So there's a lot of work to be done. It would be really expensive, but it also I think there's some funding sources that will be there's a lot of funding sources that can be tapped into at the local, state, and federal level to try and make it happen. The great thing about this project is that it not only benefits Salt Lake City, not only benefits this neighborhood, but it also would help relieve pressure off of the main tracks line. Currently, those rails carry the red, blue, and green lines all with 15-minute headways both directions. So that's a lot of trains, basically from 21st South to 4th South, that are squeezing through that line. And if there's any disruption, it disrupts the entire system all the way from the airport down to Draper. And so there's system-wide benefits for having this spur that would come off at the ballpark down 4th West and then connect in the back door to the Central Station hub. So, that's something that ETA is doing. They call it a Future of Light Rail study. And after that, we'll move into, some specifics for, environmental clearances and engineering analysis, and then start looking for funding. So stay tuned. It'll be a marathon, not a sprint on that one. And then some of the other, oh, sorry.
Can I, it looks like we have a question from Councilmember Fowler.
Sorry, John, thanks for letting me interrupt. When is this study anticipated to be started or completed? I don't know if it has been started yet. So what is the timeline on UTA's future light rail study?
It's currently going now, and what we asked is that we get some extra emphasis on this corridor, and they've agreed to do that to help lay some groundwork so that we can roll into the environmental planning and design for the 4th West corridor, which would probably start middle of next year.
So the study is for all of the state of Utah or the county or whatever, like.
Sorry, just the light rail system as it stands, which is all within Salt Lake County.
Right. And okay. And so we would anticipate having some sort of like answer about the feasibility. I mean, I'm assuming it's similar to a feasibility study. Or is it more like a master plan type of idea?
I would characterize it more of an analysis of more how and not if at this point.
Okay.
So from from a technical standpoint and from an environmental standpoint, I really don't see any major obstacles. Really, it's a matter of political will and funding.
Okay.
And so,
And you would anticipate that if like everything were perfect and nothing happened, that if we had the funding and the political will and all of the things that we could actually get started on a light rail system down Fourth West next year.
for the environmental sorry. Yeah, I think you would be looking at, mid 2021 to start in on the environmental study, which realistically is 2 to 3 years. And then once you're done with that, then you can start looking at things like, that's when you really start looking for money. And it's really, it's only $250 million. Plus additional operating costs ongoing.
I think
so realistically,
in the couch, couch cushions, $250 million.
Realistically, the way these things go, I would, expectations wise, I would say, 2030 would be a pretty aggressive timeline to have an opening day ribbon cutting on this.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
But we don't do it now, it'll be 2040. So. And then most of the other projects, unless there's other questions about the light rail, I'd say most of the other transportation projects are really city run and on a much shorter time frame, which is the 9th South reconstruction, the 9 Line Trail completion, 3rd West reconstruction, which includes finally having continuous sidewalks, landscaping, and protected bike lanes there as well. We already have the Route 9 service fund that is funded through Funding Our Future, which comes right through here. And then another project that is on the downtown master plan is the Green Loop. 9th South is the southern leg of that, and then the western leg would be 5th West. And then another project that would probably be a little ways out there, but that we think we should start laying some groundwork for now would be, just looking at some way to address the railroad tracks, which are a major barrier heading west. So whether that be just a pedestrian or bike bridge or full on viaduct to go over or under the tracks, that's also a much longer term discussion.
Sorry, I have another question.
Go ahead, Councilman Fowler.
Sorry, John. I think I interrupted you. I apologize if you were in the middle of something. So I'm assuming, and I hope I'm correct in this assumption, that since we have all of the department heads kind of here talking with us about these different projects, that we're all working together to make sure that timing wise, for example, if a utility goes in, but we could put something in that would, even if it's 10 or 15 years from now, would facilitate transportation, whether it be rail or something similar, that we're also looking at making sure we lay the groundwork for that so that we don't have to go back, right? And that we're kind of learning from our success in the 9th Central, what I think is a success in the 9th Central area of getting all of the departments together to coordinate so we're not reinventing the wheel every couple of years. And I am assuming we're doing the same with this.
Yes. I appreciate you bringing that up and reminding us as much as you feel is necessary, because that is absolutely critical and so important.
I think, and just to I look at the forethought of, as we just opened the new airport, right? And the forethought of planners and everyone 20 years ago building more than that, a tunnel underneath, right? For the idea of an expansion. And I think that's a really good example of how we can be more efficient. And then again, looking at all of the hard work all of you did in the 9th Central area to come together and do this, I think we have an opportunity to be really looking in the future, even if it is the rail is going to be 10 or 15 and maybe even longer out than that. We do. I don't want us to get stalled right now and then be like, oh, wish we would have done that 15 years ago, right? And so I know you guys have been working really well together, and I want to say that and then encourage us to continue doing that.
Thank you. Yeah, the 9 South project is a great model for that. And I can't really take much credit for that, but we have great staff, and I think we're getting better and better at being coordinated and working together.
So, John, did you have anything further to present on the transportation side?
No, that was it.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions from council members? Okay. So that would end Can's portion. Are there any other questions overall for Can? Okay, let's move on then to economic development. So we've got Ben Collender and Danny Walls.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Ben's going to let me start off on this, and if there are any questions specific to economic development or ones that Ben can answer, he's available and can jump in. So Ben, if that's appropriate, unless you wanted to tee us up. Okay. I wanted to recap real fast for the council what the RDA is doing with regard to not specifically Fleet Block, but pretty much the western downtown area, which includes Fleet Block in that as part of that larger conversation. We are working on looking at that in response to interest from private developers and requests from our elected officials to consider one or more potential project areas. That area includes right now what would be the existing RDA project area of the Granary District, which expires in 2023. It also includes the Depot District, one of our existing project areas, which expires in 2022. We are looking at the 400 South and 400 West areas as they relate to potential transit expansion and improvements. And then also considering whether that should include what is called the Grand Boulevards, 500, 600 South as they come on and off of I-15. So much like when we look at projects, we're going to consider these new project areas within the scope of the RDA guiding framework, which the board approved last November. And specifically as relate to that, as we look at a new project area, how it aligns with our mission to revitalize neighborhoods by implementing the 3 core values of economic growth, community impact, and neighborhood vibrancy. So to get a better understanding of the economic growth side of those values, we've begun a financial analysis that we're looking at the land use, the base taxable values for the areas, planned projects for the neighborhood, which Fleet Block would be one of those, as well as the possible property value increases. And so obviously any rezoning efforts would play a huge role in what that economic growth potential is. With this financial analysis in hand, we'd also evaluate the areas from a community impact and neighborhood vibrancy perspective. That would include to what extent we would want to prioritize and encourage public benefits such as affordable housing, sustainable development, walkability, open space, adaptive reuse, and historic preservation. So all of the things that the mayor mentioned at the beginning as far as what her goals are and ideal development for the area. And then as you know, the crucial part of this overall analysis for any new project area is primarily if there's an appetite amongst the other taxing entities to participate and to what extent a new project area can align with their goals. And we're having those conversations, obviously with both the school district and the county as we're working to get the final approval for our 9-line and State Street project areas. And so with regard to Fleet Block or this area as a whole, we're looking at that analysis as to whether that would inform us of whether we're looking at a CRA or a TRZ, and which is more applicable to the objectives and the priorities for the use of tax increment. So we hope to gather all of this information, use it to inform a discussion that we would have at the administration about priorities and next steps, and then also anticipate returning to the board with a report either later this year or the beginning of next year as far as what our potential new project areas may be that we start looking at creating, and then have that conversation with the RDA board with respect to their priorities and direction on next steps. So right now, we have started that process of the economic analysis, and as that moves forward, we will continue to look at what the options are for development in the area and how that would impact the next steps moving forward. Ben, I don't know if you have anything you want to add on top of that, and then we'll open it up to any questions from the council.
Thanks, Danny. That was great. Hello, council members, council chair. I think the only thing I would add is as it pertains to the development of the granary, what Danny's discussing is obviously a bigger picture landscape. And, you know, in order to really consider these, I think the flexibility of the rezone allows us to move forward on the Fleet Block and getting that bigger picture vision realized and understood, and it moves that along. So that's all I'd like to add.
Okay, questions? Councilmember Johnston.
I appreciate the insight, Econ Development, about this. I know we'll have further discussions when you bring back more information about potential new areas. My concern is, as general, is investing time, staff resources, and money in areas that already have a lot of capital coming in. So I think in my head, I'll need more convincing, I guess, if we look at more project areas in that district. Before I feel comfortable in putting more resources to places that already have a fair amount of resources coming in.
I think that's a great, sorry, Ben, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I could address that, Councilmember Johnson, the struggle that we deal with, and I understand that perspective and very much sympathize with it. What we're what we're balancing and how we look at this, at least, and I don't want to speak for the RDA, Danny, you can speak to this at a greater depth, but there's this balance of, do we want to shape the development that's happening now, you know, in the vision that we'd like to see it as a city and have it be coordinated and fit the values of the city? Or would we like to just have development build development, and it is a little bit more unorganized and may not fit those values just as much, but that's sort of the counterweight and sort of the thought process between the two, whether we create an area or not.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, I think Councilmember Johnson, that's a great point, because I think, as Ben said it, that's really the question of, do you capitalize on that investment and try to infuse into that public benefits that you would like to see? And that's everything from the affordable housing to the users of the space to potentially open space or infrastructure improvements. And I would also say, if we did nothing else but set up a project area for the purpose of encouraging the transit to be built sooner, then that would be a huge benefit, not just to this area directly, but also to the city and the county as a whole. So I think those are all things that, as we look at the potential for a project area, I think that's the conversation we look forward to having with the other city departments and the mayor and the administration, as well as the council, and what that role could be, or if we determine that development can move forward without us and it's better to spend our resources and energy elsewhere. And I think that's the point of us looking at that within the context of our framework and guidelines of what we would want those core values and objectives to be for any role that the city has in not just Fleet Block, but in Granary and the larger western downtown area.
Okay. I think unless there are any other questions for economic development, that I wanted to give a minute to Blake Thomas from CAN to jump in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to chime in. Before we move on to the next part of this fleet block item, I just wanted to thank the council members for utilizing your various backgrounds to provide the recommendations to the FB UN3 zone. I also wanted to take just a moment to clarify that an update on that 2018 study that was funded through HAND was requested. But I just want you to know that I recognize the shortcomings of that study as it is now outdated, as it's 2020 and we have a new normal, I think, as it relates to our economy. So just wanted to let you know my team hears your feedback as far as transportation and CARES and as well as it relates to open space. And please know that our top priority is coming together on a zoning change that we can all agree upon, but just wanted to help clarify some of the background on that study and the role that it plays in guiding our efforts. Thank you, Chair and council members.
Thank you. Oh, Mayor Mendenhall.
Thanks. And in the spirit of chiming in, I wanted to mention that open space is very important to me as well in the development of the fleet block. And I appreciate the creativity that our planning department and others are going about. I also know that open space can have water quality benefits. So there's a lot of intersectional reasons in our decision-making process and for the future public benefit that bring open space up on that list of priorities. So I just wanted you to know that that is very important to me as well.
And we have Laura Briefer, who offered to step in and answer Councilmember Rogers' question. I think we're all getting into it right now. Okay. Laura Briefer, do you want to answer James's previous question?
Thank you so much, and I'll be pretty quick with this. In terms of the question about any utility upgrades needed, with respect to water and wastewater, we're pretty fortunate that we have some higher capacity lines in that area. But some of the need for any kind of upgrades would be if we have, for instance, larger water users that come in to this development that may require any kind of capacity upgrades on both those utilities. Examples of that would be, kind of industrial food processing, breweries or beverage manufacturing, those types of things. So we're coordinating closely with the rest of the team to better understand that. I also wanted to point out two other utilities. On the stormwater side, we anticipate getting a new MS4 permit from the state, and there will be, I think, greater requirements in that permit for on-site retention of water. And so I think the comments regarding open space are probably right on point and something that we'll be working closely with the rest of the teams on that as well. And then let's not forget street lighting. If we make changes with respect to pedestrian activity in the area, or we trigger changes with respect to the flow of traffic or other uses, we may want to consider either enhanced lighting areas, or we will be asking to bring to you our updated street lighting master plan, which also considers some of these changes in potential pedestrian access and use and street typologies. So those are all considerations that we are giving our input and feedback on during this process, and we will continue to do so. So thank you.
Thank you, Laura Briefer. The last that we have on our outline here is public services. Was it? Oh, there's Lorna.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks very much. Kristen Riker was keyed up to do this presentation today, but she has had something that pulled her away, so I'll fill in for her today. Mostly what I'm going to reference is the needs assessment that you have all seen by now. The needs assessment was performed in 2019, 18-19. This area, which is the central planning area for public lands, has been identified as the highest need and has the highest level of anticipated growth, the highest level of visitation, and the highest future needs. And those are measured by the number of school-aged children and youth, seniors, density, and income, meaning it's a lower income area and in need of the public lands. It also has, as everybody's noted already, a significant lack of trees and area for other open spaces that are publicly accessible. And I appreciate the conversation so far and the fact that public land, meaning publicly accessible, connected, accessible, green spaces, plazas, squares are a terrific way to support livability and economic development, in addition to their many social and environmental factors. So the needs assessment clearly identified this area as our lowest level of service in the city, meaning it has the least access to park, trail, and natural lands. So it is a critical area. There is very little other developable land that could be developed as a park, especially with the growth demands in this area. We would note that if we wanted to continue exploring this great partnership with the other city departments to bring together all of these different needs, is that classifying this as a square or a plaza would allow for liquor licenses and restaurants associated with the area. And that will be part of our discussions going forward with our master plan, which the council is engaging in now. And then one other thing that is on our minds is both the historic and the current nature of the Fleet Block itself and how we could preserve some of that. And it could be incorporated into a public plaza or a square. I'm talking specifically about the murals and the significance of that area. So I think it's a terrific opportunity space, and clearly it is a very high need as far as the public access to open land is concerned.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Fowler.
Lorna, thank you so much for bringing up the murals and the need for that public space. I think I want to thank the city for just allowing all of that to happen. I think it's been quite incredible to see the community come together in such a way out there. And I would love to see part of this Fleet Block be turned into that public open space, sort of that safe protest gathering, demonstration space as it has organically become. I think it would be a unique opportunity for us to continue to support that. So thank you for bringing that up. I was a little concerned about that and just didn't mention it. So thank you, Lorna.
We have been looking at some very good resources out there for how we can use public spaces to connect people across demographics and economic levels. And some of the model cities out there are doing it and finding measurable impacts in voting participation and civic engagement, simply because there is an accessible public space where people can mingle together, be exposed to each other, and understand what their city brings to them. So it's an asset they can enjoy, but also take ownership of because it's in their neighborhood.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, one more thing. Lorna, I would be really interested, and if we can do this offline, of course, and not in a council meeting, but I'd be interested to see some of what you are finding in your research and what these other cities are doing. Maybe we can work with council staff and your staff to set up a small group meeting. I think it really is a unique thing, and the way it's just been so organic within the community. I would be interested to see all of that. So maybe we can set something up.
Be happy to.
Thank you, Lorna.
Okay, any other questions for public services? Okay. So other questions overall? Okay, so that does bring us to item number 5, which is our tentative break. Before we go ahead and take that 20-minute break, I just want to let council members know there was a question that we were going to discuss back on agenda item number 3 related to equity and policing. And so when we come back from the break, I'm going to jump back to that for just a minute, and then we'll continue on with the rest of our items. So everybody go ahead and take 20 minutes. We'll come back at 3:05.
4:05?
4:05.
Welcome to another episode of Capital City News. Thank you for joining us. COVID-19 case counts here in Utah are on the upward trend. Please help us keep our high-risk population safe and our hospital beds available by following the guidelines. Please remember to wash your hands, wear masks, and watch your distance when out and about. If you're not feeling well, please get tested. To learn more, visit coronavirus.utah.gov. On this week's episode of Capital City News, we hear from Cindy Lou Trishman, Salt Lake City recorder, about the upcoming 2020 elections. And our History Minute is about Mount Olivet Cemetery. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its September 29th meeting, the City Council received an update about recent local emergencies from the Mayor's office, received updates on the condition of people experiencing homelessness, on racial equity and policing efforts, and the new city flag, among other things. And, acting as the redevelopment agency, they were briefed on a number of items, including those related to the 9 Line, the RDA art policy, and affordable housing. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
For Salt Lake City, the aftermath of the windstorm left 3,000 trees down, over 20,000 hours worked, and more than 4,000 tons of debris collected, including over 173,000 curbside pickups. Thank you, city crews, partners, and residents for your help with this massive cleanup. Recovery efforts are now underway. Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, alongside more than 100 volunteers from Dominion Energy, joined forces to plant 205 trees in the Fair Park neighborhood, making this the single largest volunteer tree planting event in Salt Lake City history. For updates, visit the URL on screen. With thousands of trees lost throughout the city during the windstorm on September 7th and 8th, Salt Lake City and Tree Utah have teamed up to retree SLC. Join the action and help replace 1,500 public trees by donating today. Funds raised will directly help purchase trees that are selected to be hardy in the city's urban environment for generations to come. Volunteer opportunities to replant trees will be made available to those who contribute through Tree Utah. For details, visit retreeslc.com.
Anuncio de servicio público, elecciones 2020 e información de boletas. Las elecciones generales del año 2020 serán el 3 de noviembre. Debido a la pandemia del COVID-19, las elecciones se llevarán a cabo por correo. Usted empezará a recibir información en el correo preguntándole si desea votar por correo o si quiere recibir una boleta de voto de ausente. Los votantes de Utah que están registrados para votar no necesitan solicitar boletas porque a partir del 13 de octubre las boletas serán enviadas automáticamente. La fecha final para registrarse y votar en persona o por correo es el viernes 23 de octubre. Para verificar su registro de votante, actualizar su información o ver las opciones de devolución de boletas, visite slco.org/CLERK/ELESTIONS.
The 2020 general elections is coming up on November 3rd, and Salt Lake City Recorder Cindy Lou Trishman has details on important dates and how to get vote ready.
City Recorder coordinates with the County of Salt Lake on a national election, and we facilitate the distribution of information and help the public understand how to locate their ballots, how to turn in their ballots, and how to make sure that they've voted and their vote counts.
Utah mostly does mail-in voting anyway, but there's a lot of people concerned about mail-in voting and want to vote in person, or they've always had that option. How has the pandemic changed any of that?
Salt Lake County has used mail-in voting for several years, and it is a secure and sustainable service that we're going to use. Again, the pandemic changed things for voting in person. The locations where people had previously had options to vote may not provide the necessary spacing to adhere to COVID safety requirements. Therefore, the county has secured contracts with larger facilities to accommodate in-person voting on the day of the election, on election day, as well as early voting.
For people who are voting by mail, what timeline should they be expecting over the course of time between now and the election? And if they don't receive a ballot, what do they do about that?
Salt Lake County elections are conducted by mail, and all registered voters in Salt Lake County will receive a ballot. They will begin their mailings the week of October 12th. So watch your mailboxes for those ballots. And if you've not received your ballot within 7 days after they have mailed, then I would recommend that you contact the office so that your registration can be checked, your address can be confirmed, and a ballot can be sent out to you.
Once people get a ballot, what do they do with it after they've filled it out?
Upon completing your ballot, you can return it by mail through the Postal Service. You can drop it off in the ballot boxes placed throughout the county. There are more than 24 of those boxes, and you just need to drop it prior to 8 p.m. on election night. You may also bring your ballot into the Salt Lake County Elections Office and leave it there. If you're not interested in voting by mail, but you received a vote by mail ballot as a registered voter, you're still allowed to vote in person, as long as you have not returned your by mail ballot. Your vote history is recorded in a database and will be checked by a poll worker if you arrive to vote in person, so that they can confirm that your mail ballot has not been submitted.
If I have any other questions about the election or my ballot or anything else like that, where do I go for more information?
The best location to find information about Salt Lake County voting would be at the website got-vote.org, which is the website for the Salt Lake County Elections Office. You can reach them by phone at 385-468-8683 if you have additional questions.
And now it's time for History Minute.
In the early days of Salt Lake City, the disagreements between the Mormons and the non-Mormons were frequent, creating a tense atmosphere. For the non-Mormons, they wanted a place to bury their own, and Mount Olivet Cemetery was conceived. With the help of the commander of then Camp Douglas, Episcopal Bishop Daniel Tuttle went to the U.S. Congress to ask for 20 acres of land to establish a non-denominational cemetery in Salt Lake City. After President Ulysses S. Grant signed the bill, Mount Olivet Cemetery became the first and only cemetery established by an act of Congress, and the first burial occurred on April 4th, 1877. The cemetery houses a number of notable grave sites. Former governors and mayors of the city reside there, as well as many prominent Utahns and veterans dating back to the Civil War. It's said that Utah's Silver Queen, Susanna Bransford Emery, who died in 1942, was buried there in a secret location. Rumors that she had buried herself in a silver dress with many silver dollars in her coffin caused a desire for secrecy, though some sources say she was simply buried next to her husband. Today, Mount Olivet still runs as a public, nonprofit cemetery.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Thanks for joining us. We hope you tune in next time to stay up to date on all the latest. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Welcome to another episode of Capital City News. Thank you for joining us. COVID-19 case counts here in Utah are on the upward trend. Please help us keep our high-risk population safe and our hospital beds available by following the guidelines. Please remember to wash your hands, wear masks, and watch your distance when out and about. If you're not feeling well, please get tested. To learn more, visit coronavirus.utah.gov. On this week's episode of Capital City News, we hear from Cindy Lou Trishman, Salt Lake City recorder, about the upcoming 2020 elections. And our History Minute is about Mount Olivet Cemetery. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its September 29th meeting, the City Council received an update about recent local emergencies from the Mayor's office, received updates on the condition of people experiencing homelessness, on racial equity and policing efforts, and the new city flag, among other things. And, acting as the redevelopment agency, they were briefed on a number of items, including those related to the 9 Line, the RDA art policy, and affordable housing. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
For Salt Lake City, the aftermath of the windstorm left 3,000 trees down, over 20,000 hours worked, and more than 4,000 tons of debris collected, including over 173,000 curbside pickups. Thank you, city crews, partners, and residents for your help with this massive cleanup. Recovery efforts are now underway. Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, alongside more than 100 volunteers from Dominion Energy, joined forces to plant 205 trees in the Fair Park neighborhood, making this the single largest volunteer tree planting event in Salt Lake City history. For updates, visit the URL on screen. With thousands of trees lost throughout the city during the windstorm on September 7th and 8th, Salt Lake City and Tree Utah have teamed up to retree SLC. Join the action and help replace 1,500 public trees by donating today. Funds raised will directly help purchase trees that are selected to be hardy in the city's urban environment for generations to come. Volunteer opportunities to replant trees will be made available to those who contribute through Tree Utah. For details, visit retreeslc.com.
Anuncio de servicio público, elecciones 2020 e información de boletas. Las elecciones generales del año 2020 serán el 3 de noviembre. Debido a la pandemia del COVID-19, las elecciones se llevarán a cabo por correo. Usted empezará a recibir información en el correo preguntándole si desea votar por correo o si quiere recibir una boleta de voto de ausente. Los votantes de Utah que están registrados para votar no necesitan solicitar boletas porque a partir del 13 de octubre las boletas serán enviadas automáticamente. La fecha final para registrarse y votar en persona o por correo es el viernes 23 de octubre. Para verificar su registro de votante, actualizar su información o ver las opciones de devolución de boletas, visite slco.org/CLERK/ELESTIONS.
The 2020 general elections is coming up on November 3rd, and Salt Lake City recorder Cindy Lou Trishman has details on important dates and how to get vote ready.
City recorder coordinates with the county of Salt Lake on a national election, and we facilitate the distribution of information and help the public understand how to locate their ballots, how to turn in their ballots, and how to make sure that they've voted and their vote counts.
Utah mostly does mail-in voting anyway, but there's a lot of people concerned about mail-in voting and want to vote in person, or they've always had that option. How has the pandemic changed any of that?
Salt Lake County has used mail-in voting for several years, and it is a secure and sustainable service that we're going to use again. The pandemic changed things for voting in person. The locations where people had previously had options to vote may not provide the necessary spacing to adhere to COVID safety requirements. Therefore, the county has secured contracts with larger facilities to accommodate in-person voting on the day of the election, on election day, as well as early voting.
For people who are voting by mail, what timeline should they be expecting over the course of time between now and the election? And if they don't receive a ballot, what do they do about that?
Salt Lake County elections are conducted by mail, and all registered voters in Salt Lake County will receive a ballot. They will begin their mailings the week of October 12th. So watch your mailboxes for those ballots. And if you've not received your ballot within 7 days after they have mailed, then I would recommend that you contact the office so that your registration can be checked, your address can be confirmed, and a ballot can be sent out to you.
Once people get a ballot, what do they do with it after they've filled it out?
Upon completing your ballot, you can return it by mail through the Postal Service. You can drop it off in the ballot boxes placed throughout the county. There are more than 24 of those boxes, and you just need to drop it prior to 8 p.m. on election night. You may also bring your ballot into the Salt Lake County Elections Office and leave it there. If you're not interested in voting by mail, but you received a vote by mail ballot as a registered voter, you're still allowed to vote in person, as long as you have not returned your by mail ballot. Your vote history is recorded in a database and will be checked by a poll worker if you arrive to vote in person, so that they can confirm that your mail ballot has not been submitted.
If I have any other questions about the election or my ballot or anything else like that, where do I go for more information?
The best location to find information about Salt Lake County voting would be at the website got-vote.org, which is the website for the Salt Lake County Elections Office. You can reach them by phone at 385-468-8683 if you have additional questions.
And now it's time for History Minute.
In the early days of Salt Lake City, the disagreements between the Mormons and the non-Mormons were frequent, creating a tense atmosphere. For the non-Mormons, they wanted a place to bury their own, and Mount Olivet Cemetery was conceived. With the help of the commander of then Camp Douglas, Episcopal Bishop Daniel Tuttle went to the U.S. Congress to ask for 20 acres of land to establish a non-denominational cemetery in Salt Lake City. After President Ulysses S. Grant signed the bill, Mount Olivet Cemetery became the first and only cemetery established by an act of Congress, and the first burial occurred on April 4th, 1877. The cemetery houses a number of notable grave sites, former governors and mayors of the city, and veterans dating back to the Civil War. It's said that Utah's Silver Queen, Susanna Bransford Emery, who died in 1942, was buried there in a secret location. Rumors that she had buried herself in a silver dress with many silver dollars in her coffin caused a desire for secrecy, though some sources say she was simply buried next to her husband. Today, Mount Olivet still runs as a public, non-profit cemetery.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Thanks for joining us. We hope you tune in next time to stay up to date on all the latest. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Welcome to another episode of Capital City News. Thank you for joining us. COVID-19 case counts here in Utah are on the upward trend. Please help us keep our high-risk population safe and our hospital beds available by following the guidelines. Please remember to wash your hands, wear masks, and watch your distance when out and about. If you're not feeling well, please get tested. To learn more, visit coronavirus.utah.gov. On this week's episode of Capital City News, we hear from Cindy Lou Trishman, Salt Lake City recorder, about the upcoming 2020 elections. And our History Minute is about Mount Olivet Cemetery. Let's get started with our legislative update and look back.
At its September 29th meeting, the City Council received an update about recent local emergencies from the Mayor's office, received updates on the condition of people experiencing homelessness, on racial equity and policing efforts, and the new city flag, among other things. And, acting as the redevelopment agency, they were briefed on a number of items, including those related to the 9 Line, the RDA art policy, and affordable housing. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council.
For Salt Lake City, the aftermath of the windstorm left 3,000 trees down, over 20,000 hours worked, and more than 4,000 tons of debris collected, including over 173,000 curbside pickups. Thank you, city crews, partners, and residents for your help with this massive cleanup. Recovery efforts are now underway. Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, alongside more than 100 volunteers from Dominion Energy, joined forces to plant 205 trees in the Fair Park neighborhood, making this the single largest volunteer tree planting event in Salt Lake City history. For updates, visit the URL on screen. With thousands of trees lost throughout the city during the windstorm on September 7th and 8th, Salt Lake City and Tree Utah have teamed up to retree SLC. Join the action and help replace 1,500 public trees by donating today. Funds raised will directly help purchase trees that are selected to be hardy in the city's urban environment for generations to come. Volunteer opportunities to replant trees will be made available to those who contribute through Tree Utah. For details, visit retreeslc.com.
Anuncio de servicio público, elecciones 2020 e información de boletas. Las elecciones generales del año 2020 serán el 3 de noviembre. Debido a la pandemia del COVID-19, las elecciones se llevarán a cabo por correo. Usted empezará a recibir información en el correo preguntándole si desea votar por correo o si quiere recibir una boleta de voto de ausente. Los votantes de Utah que están registrados para votar no necesitan solicitar boletas porque a partir del 13 de octubre las boletas serán enviadas automáticamente. La fecha final para registrarse y votar en persona o por correo es el viernes 23 de octubre. Para verificar su registro de votante, actualizar su información o ver las opciones de devolución de boletas, visite slco.org/CLERK/ELESTIONS.
The 2020 general elections is coming up on November 3rd, and Salt Lake City Recorder Cindy Lou Trishman has details on important dates and how to get vote ready.
City Recorder coordinates with the County of Salt Lake on a national election, and we facilitate the distribution of information and help the public understand how to locate their ballots, how to turn in their ballots, and how to make sure that they've voted and their vote counts.
Utah mostly does mail-in voting anyway, but there's a lot of people concerned about mail-in voting and want to vote in person, or they've always had that option. How has the pandemic changed any of that?
Salt Lake County has used mail-in voting for several years, and it is a secure and sustainable service that we're going to use. Again, the pandemic changed things for voting in person. The locations where people had previously had options to vote may not provide the necessary spacing to adhere to COVID safety requirements. Therefore, the county has secured contracts with larger facilities to accommodate in-person voting on the day of the election, on election day, as well as early voting.
For people who are voting by mail, what timeline should they be expecting over the course of time between now and the election? And if they don't receive a ballot, what do they do about that?
Salt Lake County elections are conducted by mail, and all registered voters in Salt Lake County will receive a ballot. They will begin their mailing.
start it again. As I said, we need to jump back to item number 3 really quick. There was some questions that had come up about the ban on military equipment that we're going to be taking public comment on tonight. So we had asked, I had asked Katie previously to talk about the fact that if the so if there is an in-kind donation that's coming to the city of any military equipment, anything that would fall under the ordinance, that they would be required to notify the council prior to accepting the gift, and then the council could issue a resolution either in support or opposing it, but ultimately the administration could still choose to accept the gift. So Katie, if you want to talk a little bit about that, that would be great.
Absolutely, Council Chair. Thank you for having me today and going back to this agenda item. So as you described, there is a tension between administrative and legislative authority when it comes to donations. And just to step back a little bit further, the general rule with acceptance or acquisition of property is that the council makes the policy rules and the policy guidance, and the administration then has the authority to make specific decisions about specific properties. That's really easy to think about for real estate, where the council might make a general rule about acquisition of real property and then make a budget appropriation, and then the council cannot direct the administration to buy a specific piece of property. So that's in the real property context. You also have a donation ordinance that talks about acceptance of donation of property. It has some specific restrictions on accepting donations of properties that, again, this is in the real property context, but I'm using it as an analogy. The administration can accept a donation of really any type of real property unless that real property has a mortgage lien on it, so a financial encumbrance, or some sort of unfunded financial liability. And then there are 2 other categories where the administration cannot accept a donation of real property. That's if the acceptance of that donation would be inconsistent with the master plan, or if the property is outside of city boundaries. So I'm giving you that description so that then we can talk about the military surplus property ordinance and the specific requirements the council might want on there. So in the real property donation context, if the properties have these financial liabilities or fall outside of these sort of policy objectives, then actually the ordinance says that the administration must present that proposed donation to the council, and the council approves or rejects the donation. So we do have a precedent of narrowly tailored instances of policy objectives or financial liability in which the council ultimately would approve that donation because of the critical financial or policy objectives. So with that overview, then, as Council Chair Wharton mentioned, the ordinance as drafted now says that if the police department wants to accept a donation of military surplus property, the police department must notify the mayor and the council of the donation and the purpose for the donation. The council will hold a public hearing, and then the council may adopt a resolution, either saying what the public purpose is and sort of agreeing to the idea of the donation, or saying that there is no public purpose. Now, as I've gone back and looked at the donation ordinance for real property, I think if the council wanted to take it a step further, they could add one sentence in the ordinance that says, in those instances when the donation is presented to the council, if the council identifies a legislative reason for not accepting the donation, so a financial liability or a policy reason that falls within legislative authority, the council can reject the donation. I'm presenting that to you today because I think that that's something that I've heard is important, at least to the council chair, and I'd like to open it for discussion if that's an addition that you would like to have in your ordinance.
I say yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilmember Fowler. Yeah, I'd love to hear from all of you, though, whether we want to move forward with adding that, and maybe we should take a straw poll about it. But I want to have an idea of what our position is on that before we take public comment tonight. So, if someone wants to give me their thoughts or suggest a straw poll, if we don't have a lot of discussion.
I have a question for Katie. Like, sorry, it's unclear to me. It's not clear. So, military surplus property, is that what you said? And property is not, we're not talking about real estate property. We're talking about equipment, a piece of something. Okay. And that's something that we do not currently have in an ordinance. And you want to add that. But the only standards we have right now is with real estate property, right? Like no financial liabilities. If it's outside policy objectives, then we're gonna say no. Obviously not outside city boundaries, okay.
That's a great question, Councilmember Aldemoros. I was using real property as an analogy of the instance in our current donation ordinance where the council has taken the authority to prohibit acceptance of a donation. There is no analogy for equipment or personal property right now. So, but there is an instance of prohibiting acceptance of certain types of donations of real property if they create a financial liability or if they don't meet specific council policy objectives. And so I'm using that as an analogy for what the council could do in this surplus military ordinance donation portion.
So maybe the question for the council or for whoever is, what is this type of equipment that we're talking about? What is it used for, or when is it used for, or why do we need it? Will we ever need it? I don't know anything about this type of equipment, so.
Well.
What is that for?
I think the only reason that we are entertaining it at all is for example, if the Olympics were to come again, or, you have the United Nations coming in, there are certain types of equipment that we don't currently have that sometimes is brought in for items like that. Isn't that correct? Tell me if I'm wrong.
But I think part of it too is that we don't want, my intent of this ordinance was, I don't think that we want the police to just be able to say, but as part of the whatever bill it is, 1034 or something, be able to reach out with this grant and say, we think that we need a tank. Because I don't think that the SLCPD needs a tank, right? And so that was the intent of saying, there were some exceptions written into it, like medical, or if there's an event or things like that. And so the donation part would be, what if somebody comes and says, hey, we have a tank for you, here you go. Would that follow fall within the intent behind this ordinance and the intent of the council to prohibit that type of military equipment within the SLCPD. Is that a lay person's way of adequately explaining that, Katie?
That's right, Councilmember Fowler. It does create a process for the council to engage with the administration and the police department to answer the very question that Councilmember Valdemoros and Councilmember Rogers brought up, which is, why do we need this? And the police department would have to identify that. They would have to give that information to the council and the mayor. The council would hold a public hearing, and then the council itself would identify if there are policy reasons or financial liabilities that would lead to the council rejecting the donation. But those issues would have to be identified prior to that decision being made.
So as I said, we already have on our agenda that we're going to be hearing this tonight. The question really is just with the part of the ordinance that allows the administration to accept something that is totally in kind. We've already said in the ordinance that we don't want any money spent on acquiring these items. We don't want any unless the council authorizes it. We're just talking about making an addition to the portion that deals with in-kind gifts, and whether or not we want to support a modification of that being added.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Cindy Guest Jensen.
Just if I could just add one other analogy. We have a process that we do with the administration where when they have applied for grants, we've established a system where they let the council know what grants they've applied for so that they don't put a lot of work into these the grant processes. If later the council determines that it just is not within the policy that the council supports to accept that grant. So and those are financial grants, so it's a little easier, but there are some times when say an administrative department is going in an entirely different direction than the mayor or than the council. And so that's why the council established that process on the grant applications so that they would know what the administration is using their staff resources to apply for and could give kind of a signal to the administration, hey, that is so not within policy that we won't support that when it comes back to us for appropriation. So it's sort of, to me, the same concept where you're laying out our policy is that we're going to, well equip our police department, but not with tanks or guns on top of tanks and that type of a thing. There are cities that have that type of equipment and have received it from the military. Maybe it's an overstatement to say tanks, but big armored equipment. So anyway, it's similar to the grant process. You ultimately have the ability to say no to that with your appropriation authority. And so what we were looking for in this case, at the request of council members, was a way to exercise your policy and oversight authority to govern the acceptance or rejection of these types of equipment.
In case it's helpful, a couple examples from other jurisdictions are grenade launchers, military assault rifles, and combat Humvees where the firearms are mounted on the top. There are reports of jurisdictions receiving those three types of examples through the Pentagon's 1033 program. I'm not aware of tanks ever being used through the program, but those 3 in particular have been reported in other jurisdictions.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're talking, when we say tanks, we're talking about MRAPs, which are armored vehicles, but aren't technically tanks.
I was just using tanks as an example of
Yeah.
an equipment that I don't think SLCPD needs, like grenade launcher.
Exactly.
So I would, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd make a straw poll that we include language regarding the donation policy. I don't know if that is clear enough, but I hope that gets the gist across of what I am trying to get done.
So the language that Katie suggested?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Does everyone understand the straw poll? Is there any debate or discussion about the poll? Okay, then I'll ask for everybody's responses. I'm a thumbs up. Councilmember Fowler, Johnston, Dugan, Mono, Rogers, and Valdemoros are thumbs up. So that's unanimous. Okay, great. Thank you, Katie. So if we can just add that to the final version, that would be great. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on the timeline. You're planning to consider a vote tonight, knowing that the draft currently in the agenda packet will be updated based on the council's discussion, or were you thinking of moving the vote to the next formal meeting?
No, because I think isn't this our first public comment on it?
There's not a specific public hearing. It's scheduled for a potential vote.
Oh, okay.
But people can comment on it first.
Okay. Well,
it is after the public comment section. Cindy's correct.
Okay. Well, I don't think we should vote on it tonight if we're going to make a change to it, because then we'll just have to vote on it again.
Okay.
Isn't that right?
Yeah, what you could do though is you could make a motion, perhaps Ben could write that for you if you want, make a motion to request that the attorney's office make this change, and then you can adopt the amended ordinance. It would not have to come back to you. You'd just be adopting it with the amendment that you articulate.
That'd be great.
Ben, do you think you could do that? Do you have time?
Especially with Katie's help, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Katie.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Any other items on this before we jump back on track with the agenda? Okay, great. Let's skip back down to agenda item number 6, which is congregate care text amendments, additional recommendations. So for us leading us through this is Nick Tarbett from the City Council office. We also have Katya Pace, Principal Planner, Michaela Octay from Planning, and Nick Norris from Planning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will give a quick recap of how we got to where we're at today, and then Planning, Katya will give an overview of the proposed text amendment. So as a reminder, this is a briefing about the eleemosynary and congregate care facilities text amendment. This was initiated by the council back in December of 2015 with the intent to develop a land use classification for temporary housing for terminally and seriously ill, similar to services provided by the In-Between, which at that time was operating out in District 2. They've since moved over to District 5, their facility. Additionally, the council requested a review of compatibility concerns for this land use with other similar facilities located in the institutional zoning district. So Planning did this work and brought back the text amendment to the council in February 2019. The staff report notes the 8 key changes that they were recommending at that time, and that's what Katya will be summarizing here shortly. After that briefing and the public hearing in March, the council requested planning staff do some further study on the issue to provide additional regulations beyond the conditional use process that would help mitigate the development in the institutional zoned parcels located primarily surrounded by single-family neighborhoods. So planning staff has finished that research, and that's what they're going to talk about today. So I'll turn the time over to Katja.
Thank you. At this point, I would like Amanda, if you could bring my PowerPoint. Okay. Thank you. And can you go to page 3? So after what Nick introduced, the planning division was asked to develop the land use for short-term housing for the terminally and severely ill, and then review the compatibility of that use to the institutional zone in relationship with the residential neighborhoods. At this time, when we did the analysis for that, we found that a new land use was not necessary. We had a land use that's called eleemosynary that already provided that type of use. And so we proposed some tweaks to it and some minor changes to other items that were related to it. Can you move to page 5? So these are the items that the Planning Commission approved is something to recommend to the City Council to be approved. They were 7. Let me just read those 7 items very quickly. It's to remove the 25-person cap in the definition of assisted living facilities, remove the 800-foot distance requirements between facilities to become compliant with federal law, rename the eleemosynary to dwelling congregate care facility and redefine the land use definition, create 2 sizes, small and large, of the congregate care facilities and reclassify the districts where both are allowed, create a new parking requirement for the proposed small congregate care facility, remove the 25-person cap in the qualifying provisions of the institutional district for congregate care and assisted living facilities, and make congregate care and assisted living facilities a conditional use in the institutional district. So I will be happy to go over any of these items with you in more detail, but since you have heard this before, I would just like to skip and go to page 20 if possible, because last year when after the City Council had hearing on that, it asks the Planning Division to look at additional regulation from the making congregate care a conditional use to help mitigate the development of the congregate care in institutional zones, parcels that are located in, within lower residential neighborhoods. If you move to the next slide. So in looking at this possibility of additional regulation, planning realized that there could be more impact on residential neighborhoods than expected. So we are proposing to add a qualifying provision limiting 1 individual allowed for 950 square feet of a lot area on the large congregate care and large assisted living facilities in the institutional zoning district, only in the institutional zoning district. And then because we are providing, limiting one individual, we found that we needed to amend the definition of the congregate care land use to explain how we define an individual. So it's easier to be calculated. Next page, please. So the language that we changed from what was recommended from the Planning Commission is include this language. Individuals include residents, family members, or caregivers, but does not include staff. Next page. So here's how it changes from what was recommended by the Planning Division to what we would recommend the City Council to approve. Next page. Next page. Another issue that came about through, after the public hearing with the City Council is that a lot of the people who are being supportive of the in-between requested the City Council to look at a new land use that would be called medical respite. And this land use would provide medical care and other supportive services for the homeless individuals. However, when we were looking into that, so the City Council asked us to look at the possibility of this new land use. But when planning was looking at it, we found that this is more of a service provided, not so much a land use, and that the service is already a service that can be provided by existing land uses that we already have. Next page, please. So in view of that, planning does not recommend adding this as a land use. We view that if we add a land use that is already existing, it can create duplication of an existing land use, and that duplication makes the ordinance become unreliable and vulnerable to confusion in interpretation. And so with that, I would like to ask if any of you have any questions about the new proposal or any of the proposals that were recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you, Katya. Questions? Oh, Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Katya. I have a question about the 950 square foot rule per resident.
Right.
Where did that number come from? Help me understand the origins of that.
So right now we have a 25 individual cap, and we didn't find that that was proportional to the lot size. There could be an enormous lot, and we would only allow 25 individuals. That 950 was a number that we study with existing assisted living facilities here in Salt Lake City, Salt Lake County, and also a couple regional cities in like Denver and Phoenix and one other city. But we came up with that number by looking at these different facilities around the country and locally, and seeing what is the average of how many individuals related to the size of the facility. And that number was close to the average and also the medium average of different facilities. And that number 950 is a number that is the size of, it combines the size of the room as well as other common facilities, kitchen. It calculates all these different numbers, different of a facility.
I guess my question stems from the number seems high. Because it's based on lot size, not building. Is that correct? 950 square feet for the lot per person, correct? But it has no relationship to the actual building that's on the lot, because I'm imagining most centers like this are going to want to use existing buildings like care centers, which are not used right now, or other institutional buildings. And to have 25 people in a facility, you would need 47,500 square feet for the lot, which seems quite large for that number of people. And that's why I'm trying to sort of grasp sort of what this means. Does it basically mean you can't have folks in some existing facilities? Is one of my questions.
This is it would only be a requirement for congregate care facilities and assisted living facilities in the institutional zone. Not of any of other zoning districts that we have. We looked at potential individuals that we could have, for example, if we used our lower number of of the size, a less dense number, for example, would be on a lot that is, for example, the in-between, which is 1.3 acres. If we used the lower number that we have, which is 166 square feet, for example, we could allow 341 people on the in-between site right now. Whereas if we use the highest number, it would be 2,200 square feet. We would, be able to allow 26 people on that site. So the current proposal,
sorry.
Yeah.
Under the current proposed number, the 950, how many would the in-between be allowed to have if this goes forward?
60.
No. 60 under the 1.3 acres?
60.
Under the 950 square foot calculation. And the calculation it's in your transmittal on page 5 on the transmittal sheet. That's what she's referencing if you wanted to kind of look at our methodology. But I just kind of wanted, when we briefed the council last, if you recall, we were looking at institutional zoning. We were looking at congregate care and assisted living facilities, only in the institutional zoning district. We were proposing that conditional use, and I think council was on board. You asked us to really kind of address scale. And so as part of this analysis, we were trying to take a look at what sort of scale existed in Salt Lake City and other cities to not be arbitrary with a number, but also recognize what we had heard from the different congregate care facilities as we've been working over the years and how they configure, to be cognizant of singular individual rooms, family rooms, so that we could come up with some sort of ratio that made sense for Salt Lake City, responded to the flexibility of congregate care providers, but also was somewhere within the average and median. And of course, that's up to the council, but there's a lovely chart on that page 5 if we want to get more in depth on that.
So why lot size versus actual building size?
Why?
We looked at lot size.
So this is Nick. I'm going to just quickly jump in again as well on this. One of the things that we were asked to do is to find a way to regulate the density of occupants in these types of facilities. And we went through all kinds of analysis to try to figure out how to do that. And it was challenging, and Katja found this to be the most realistic way to do that. I will say that it adds quite a bit of complexity to how we apply these land uses and review any sort of proposal here. That, frankly, from a professional standpoint, I don't know that it's necessary to regulate that when we have other controls like the conditional use process to deal with the impacts. And we have a zone, the institutional zone, that already establishes bulk and mass, and whatever can fit within that bulk and mass is generally allowed. And that's how we view almost every other land use. This is a completely new approach to how to regulate something that, frankly, is a needed type of housing in our city.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Rana.
I had similar questions to what Councilmember Johnson's bringing up, before another question I have, I think it's related, is why did we single out institutional zone aside from the one instance that we all know of? Is there anything about the institutional zone that is just fundamentally different than other zones where this would be allowed that requires this density cap? Is it truly just because there's a situation that we heard a lot of pressure about?
Well, I can answer that. Institutional zones are, usually for schools and churches. They have been traditionally, used for schools and churches. Things that is created within a neighborhood, usually a low density neighborhood a lot of times. And we found that, there are, about 83 instances of, different individual institutional zones throughout, the city, not counting the University of Utah, that are within, these lower density neighborhoods, a lot of them. And so that is why, there might be a different impact on the residential neighborhood, having an institutional zone, right in the middle of that neighborhood.
So, I could imagine that on the University of Utah's campus, they would want to build a facility like this. There's a lot of medical facilities there. Does our zoning control University of Utah campus, or that's completely separate because it's state?
Separate because it's state.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead,
No.
Cindy Christensen.
Just Cindy, yeah. Just a little bit of history on this. The council has changed dramatically since the last time this was addressed. And so I think we have 3 new council members since this was before the council last time. And so there are differences in viewpoints. The previous council had been especially sensitive about the issues that were occurring in neighborhoods or that were perceived to be occurring or people were nervous about. And the conditional use process is fairly limited. You can't really use a conditional use process to say no to something. And they were just looking for one more tool that could be applied. And planning was very creative in looking for options, and looks like then a lot of work on that. But I think the whole reason that they were asked to do that is that the conditional use process really wasn't enough to put the minds at ease of the neighborhoods. And there are so many, as Katya mentioned, so many neighborhoods where an institutional use exists. So I think that's the background, but the council has changed significantly since then.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Bono.
Yeah, I think that the number feels, I'm looking at the institutional zoning, and it could allow much more than a one-story building, and maybe 950 square feet makes sense in a one-story building. That much space for the room plus hallways, bathrooms, kitchen, and shared facilities. But if it's a 3-story building, it seems like it's a pretty low number based on square footage. That would be like each individual living there. If it was built to the bulk standards that institutional zoning allows, which we apparently would agree. I mean, seems like we're not disputing that. Then it would be like 4,500 square feet per person, even with only using 50 to 60% of the land. So it does seem like a pretty high number to me.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Johnston.
Look, I don't have a better number, to be honest. It's a tough one. I think I was surprised. I think Nick brought up the fact this just doesn't seem to fit everything else that we tend to see out of planning. And I think the reality is the programs we're talking about are probably small nonprofits. They're going to have to take over an existing building. Probably a care center like place or a school or something similar to that. And so I just don't have a good sense about within the city, what are the size of those buildings we're seeing on those lots? Because the in-betweens on a lot now have 1.3 acres and a certain size building based on that. So it's sort of hard to, I'm having a hard time imagining the impact in some senses of neighborhoods, other than if I think about in my neighborhood, I think about the old Guadalupe school, for instance, where they were before, where they are now in a care center. I'm thinking of other care centers in my neighborhood that would probably be the most likely locations, which are generally one story for a lot of reasons. So I don't have enough to say it's not a good idea. I think the research you've cited makes some sense if you look at other similar things across the county to compare it to. It just sounded interesting to take the lot size versus the building and other things. So.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Fallon.
Thanks. I want to just say thank you to the team for putting this together. I mean, I was on the council when we kind of started. It was one of the first things I remember because I didn't know how to pronounce that word. And I was grateful that we're changing that to congregate care. But it was one of the first things I remember kind of being briefed about, and or at least it seems like it was early on, but that seems like 2 decades ago. So I appreciate you taking on this task because it is something, this is very necessary housing and necessary facilities. And we did need to, I think a lot of it sort of stemmed from, in some ways, from the in-between and how we were dealing with that and what we needed to do there, knowing that we needed that facility. So I know that there's been a lot of care taken in to how to address this, so I appreciate that. And I mean, I am in support of this. I trust the experts on the calculations in the sense that we're not going to have a facility necessarily with 400, like the in between with 400 people in it. But that was the exact concern that we had when we were addressing this: is how do we actually regulate these numbers in a meaningful way where we're not doing the exact opposite of what our intent was, which was to make it so cost prohibitive that we couldn't have these type of facilities, right? So I think that this is incredibly thoughtful, and appreciate the work that you guys have continued to do on this. That's all.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the impact on assisted living facilities. What's that going to be with the change to this? I mean, are new facilities going to be able to come into the area? How's that going to affect it?
The new facilities within the new facilities in the institutional zoning district would be subject to that 950 square foot calculation. And this is just for the institutional zoning district. In the rest of the city, none of that would apply.
It's important to note too that currently they're capped at 25 because there was that wording added to the definition that limited that. So right now they're not feasible.
Right.
Under the current regulations.
That was an inadvertent mistake.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question. So, Mr. Chair, sorry. So, so the in between is in an institutional zoning district right now, and they are capped at 25 for whatever reason. If this change passes, will they be able to increase the amount of people that they have, or will they be stuck with the 25 number?
I don't know if you want to answer that.
Sure. So right now, the in-between has two land uses. One is Elamosanary, that's capped at 25, and the other land use is an assisted living facility, which is also capped at 25. So right now they have 50 people, individuals that are allowed in that facility. So I'm sure that if they do, a change where they're going to, increase, do some sort of change on what they are right now, and try to increase the facility to an additional 10 people, they could do that. Or else they, are going to be allowed to have 50 people as what they have on their license right now, or building permit, I should say. Because, it really depends on also the, the parking and, what's allowed for the parking for a congregate care, the proposed congregate care facility and an assisted living facility. But they would have to provide, those numbers to us, how much square footage, each of the land uses would require, they would, are proposing for each of the land uses. And then we can calculate that.
Okay. Cool, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Katya. Thank you, Michaela. Thanks, Nick. We'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is shared housing zoning text amendments follow-up briefing, or formerly known as SROs. And for us, we have Russell Weeks from the council office, Nick Norris from planning, and Wayne Mills from planning.
I'm on the. Hello, council members. I just want to get this started by recapping what this is about. This is a proposed ordinance that would expand the use of what has traditionally been called single room occupancy to a larger area, to larger areas in Salt Lake City. The current zoning ordinance permits shared housing on 484 acres west of Interstate 15 and on 240 acres east of Interstate 15. If the council adopts this ordinance, it would allow shared housing on 1,264 acres west of I-15 and 1,850 acres east of I-15. The key part in this that the council requested was a clarification on what exactly what construction codes should be used for developers and architects to understand what accessible areas are. What code should they follow to prepare areas for accessibility? The main item in this is again, it would eliminate the term single room occupancy from the zoning ordinance and replace it with the term shared housing, which better describes the function of the housing that would be built. It describes a function instead of how many people fit into a room. I think with that, I'll leave it open for discussion and let Nick or Wayne follow up on anything they'd like to say.
So just real quick, the only thing that's different from the previous, well, the primary thing that's different from the previous briefing was this issue of where those accessible units are in the building. And at the previous briefing, there was discussion about having all units be universally accessible. And as we looked into that and talked with our building code people and the attorney's office about what that would mean and what it would look like and how we'd go about doing that, it was determined, and I think we all agreed on this, that it would be a more restrictive requirement than what the building code allows, which is something that the city can't do. And so we changed that to basically say that any required universally accessible unit is on the ground floor. If there's more than what can fit on the ground floor, then they can be on other levels. But that's kind of the crux of the issue. And I think that at the last briefing, that was kind of the last piece of research for us to look into.
Okay, other questions? And Councilmember Dugan?
Being a new guy in District 6, these shared housing, when I looked at the map, I didn't see that they were authorized in the university area. Is that true or false?
So that comes back to on university or state-owned land, they're not subject to our zoning. So
there's the fraternities are on, I was thinking 13th, and those are off the campus. Maybe I'm wrong. In Virginia and those
No.
areas?
Yeah. The fraternities are all on private land.
Right.
Council member, part of the discussion that part of the previous discussions was whether to expand the concept of shared housing into residential zones and more residential zones. After the discussion, in order to expand into residential zones would require that this petition begin anew and go through the entire process again, which means before the Planning Commission, the public hearings, and then again before the council. So there was a determination made to stick with the original proposed ordinance amendment, which would significantly increase the number of areas where shared housing could be built, but it would not it would be the areas that the Planning Commission originally addressed in the proposed ordinance, and then later, if the council wanted to move into residential areas, there could be a separate petition to expand into that part.
Okay.
Is that correct, Nick?
Yeah, I think that sums it up.
Okay, other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks so much, Nick. Thanks, Russell. And thank you, Wayne, also for helping us get through that.
Yep. Thank you.
That brings us to agenda item number 8, which is a resolution authorizing pickup of public safety and firefighter employee retirement contributions. Joining us for this discussion, we have Ben Ludke from the City Council office. We have David Salazar from our HR department, Mary Beth Thompson from finance, and Jason Oldroyd, City Attorney.
The administration forwarded a resolution for the council's consideration. It would authorize the city to cover the employee paid contributions for police officers and firefighters in the Utah Retirement System's Tier 2 hybrid retirement plan and the defined contribution plan. This change is estimated to cost the city approximately $55,000. It also includes reimbursing those city employees who have already made payments in the current fiscal year. If the council supports these changes, it will be added to an upcoming budget amendment. The situation before the council is a result of Senate Bill 129 of 2019. This increased the public safety retirement multiplier from 1.5% to 2%. And the change is effective starting July 1st of this year. The multiplier is important because it determines the amount that the employee would receive in their retirement. So a higher multiplier is a higher benefit to the employee. This change in state law resulted in a cost increase of 4.27% for these retirement plans. And there are two options under state law. The cost increase can be covered fully by the employer, or it can be split between the employer and the employee. The adopted fiscal year 21 budget splits the cost between the city and the employees. And this was partly done because of how tight the annual budget was and the uncertainty of the revenue picture facing the city. The administration is now recommending that the city fully cover that cost increase and reimburse the city employees who have been making those payments since July 1st. There's 4 policy questions for the council's consideration, including if this multiplier increase fully or mostly addresses some of the concerns with public safety retirement systems, or if the council would like to hear more about the city's overall pension liabilities because there are multiple retirement systems that are all managed by URS that the city participates in. That's the intro I have, Mr. Chair. We've got HR and Attorney's Office representatives here for council questions.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. Is this request sort of a one-time request based on what we're seeing with COVID, or would this be something anticipated throughout every budget? Like, would this be an expectation?
It's ongoing, so it would not be one time. It would be added, if the council approves, this would be built into the annual budget each year.
And what are we looking at for this year? What was the actual dollar amount?
About 55,000.
Oh, that was the half of it. So another 55,000 to cover that.
It's not exactly half, but you're close.
Okay, fair enough. And then to your question, your policy question of the other retirement systems that we have. I don't know how to ask the question that you asked, but I want some more information on that.
I think HR would be best placed to answer this, and partly by design, the retirement systems are quite complicated, and there are several of them. So depending on the level of interest, it could also be a separate briefing, or the administration could provide more details in writing, but I'll defer to HR to talk about the broader picture of retirement systems.
And we appreciate the question, Councilmember Fowler. It is fairly complex, and we have Carolyn Campbell, who's actually our benefits manager, who works most directly with URS in addressing this, who's probably best suited to address any specific questions you have around that. Carolyn?
So Ben is correct in the fact that we do have multiple different plans that we currently participate in the Utah retirement system in order to ensure that our employees have either a defined benefit, which is a pension, a defined benefit, a hybrid, which is a pension coupled with a 401k, or just a defined contribution, which is just a 401k. Depending on the specific plan that they are in, as well as the job itself identifies what the specific liability is for all of these different pension plans. So being that our public safety and our firefighters are in a different plan, which has a higher benefit, their liability is a little bit higher. All of these liabilities are actually calculated by the Utah Retirement System's actuaries, and so it's done at the level of the Utah Retirement System. So right now, the liability, depending on what level of pension benefit or 401k benefit, the liability can be anywhere from a 6.61 upwards of 24.2% of salary, which helps cover a cost, whether it's an actuarial cost due to the 2008 financial impact of the Great Recession, to continue pension payments, or to catch a specific retirement reserve, such as that of public safety, who's on their own and joins the Utah retirement system late. They're the ones that pay the 24.2% on top of their salary, on top of what they actually get into their pension. And I know this is very complicated, and so I'm happy to answer and provide additional details like Ben had indicated.
Thanks, Carolyn. Do you see me nodding my head like I understand? But I appreciate the information. Is this on our formal meeting tonight, Ben? No? Okay.
It would be on the October 20th, if the council is comfortable with the proposal.
Do we need to do like a straw poll or anything on this, or Mr. Chair?
I don't think the administration asked for a straw poll on this. So I don't think it's necessary, but I just saw somebody else raising their hand. Was it Councilmember Dugan?
Yeah, thank you. I'm with Councilmember Fowler with the head shaking. I have no idea what the hell we're talking about here on the pension side. Question here is, are other cities doing the same thing? Are they in the same boat, and what are other cities doing?
Council member, it really is dependent on either the county or the city or the employer themselves. The state has actually picked up the cost in full. There are some cities and municipalities that have picked up both, while smaller municipalities actually are not able to take the budgetary item, especially in the current environment, and not picking it up. The 2.27% is actually contributed by the employee.
Thank you. And you said $55,000 is for this fiscal year so far, starting back to July 1st. And in the future, would it be close to, I mean, what's the burden on the city? I mean, our budget's pretty large, and 2% is $100,000 a year, give or take.
55,000 is actually going to cover the increase for the 2020 year. As our salaries increase for firefighters and public safety personnel in Tier 2, that cost will increase as well. However, I don't see it doubling up to 100,000. It would just continue to be a portion of the salary. The other thing to keep in mind is at this point in time, it's just at the 2.27%. So I had the preliminary rates from the Utah retirement system have been released, and there is no additional increase for next year.
Okay.
Which is great news.
Right.
And it's probably worth mentioning that this resolution that you're being asked to consider would be to pick up just the 2.27%. And so if in future years that amount did increase, the city isn't on the hook for that. It's just the 2.27%, I believe, is how it's been presented.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Doesn't look like it. So thank you for being with us, David and Carolyn and Jason and Ben. Thanks for leading us through that. We will move on to number 9, which is an informal update on the county sales tax for transportation projects. We have Ben Ludke is going to lead us through this from council office. And then also we have John Larson from transportation, Blake Thomas from the CAN director, and Jennifer McGrath, CAN deputy director. So Ben, take it away.
I'm actually going to turn the time over to the administration, Mr. Chair. They sent a new memo and the list of projects, including those that were not recommended for funding. This is in response to the council's request at the briefing last month.
Okay, great.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and good evening, council members. I just wanted to take a brief moment to express my thanks for your feedback that Ben just alluded to and the recommendations at our September work session regarding the allocation of county quarter-cent sales tax dollars in for transportation projects. I have John and Julianne and Joe, the Jinglin Jays, prepared with answers to your outstanding questions from the last time we met. Please know that we appreciate that feedback on this process, and we'll continue to listen and adapt as requested. I'm now going to defer to our transportation experts to share our updated Quality Transportation Improvement Plan, or QTIP, website that provides clarity and transparency regarding the scoring metrics, our processes and tools used, as well as a link to a master project list that combines years of recommendations from various city plans, as well as constituent or public requests. We have also updated the timeline to give a holistic view of internal Salt Lake City as well as external funding opportunities as it relates to our transportation team and how these quarter-cent sales tax dollars might fit in. So thank you, council members, and Mr. Chair, with your approval, I'll turn it over to John Larson.
Great, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to follow up. The two questions that we had, specifically the outstanding questions from the last briefing, we were thinking we would respond to those and then answer any questions, additional questions that you might have. So we actually created a web page on the transportation sub-web page on the transportation site, where we posted all a description of the QTIP and a bunch of, which is our 5-year transportation program. And then that's where we have we updated it with some graphics that explain the process, and then we uploaded the entire project list. So we I'm not able to share. Here we go. Okay, so the two questions that we had were asked were, one, how does this process fit in with the CIP and the budget cycle, and then two was could we share examples of projects that were not recommended for funding at this time. So we'll answer the first question. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry, I just almost dropped my iPhone. So. This graphic, we can scroll down a little bit. This shows a visualization of how this process could work. So we start with really adopted city master plans, but project ideas come from a variety of sources as well. And then that goes through a technical screening with currently 23 data points that can fall under 4 categories of equity, sustainability, good governance, and safety. And then from that, so then you got the screening and then the prioritization to roughly put projects arranged by corridor, and then where possible, and then also spot improvements, funnel those onto a loose 5-year project list. And then comes the part where it really ties in with the CIP and the budgeting process, which is basically matching projects with opportunities. So hopefully that helps a little bit with
Basically, I see the Q-tip as an opportunity to be better prepared and better organized when it comes time to make the budgeting decisions, so that projects can be prioritized. You can kind of match up different funding sources that might make sense with different projects, and it would all be out, in the open, fully transparent, and fully integrated with current processes. And then if we scroll down to the bottom, there's also a proposed timeline for how, each year, how it would work in with the annual cycle. So this is the time of year right now that is really when a lot of grants become available. For example, the Wasatch Front Regional Council letters of intent were due just this last week, but there's other UDOT and federal and county sources that between now and about January, February come available. So having prioritized project lists really helps us to be organized for those. In the spring is budget season, and then in the summer is when council finalizes the CIP list, and then you kind of start all over again. So that's kind of the funding activities on the right, and then as far as the timeline for the Q-tip itself, the only way that this will be successful is if there's a high level of buy-in on multiple levels throughout the city, particularly from city council, because ultimately you're the ones who we look to you for the values-based decisions, and the prioritization, and for ultimately for funding. That's your responsibility. So we would see that that eventually we would find my hope is to find a nice rhythm with this process where we're looking at about 5 years, adding on another, actually building the projects on year one, and then adding another year on the end every year, and that there would be opportunities throughout that year for feedback and input, and for you to tell us if we're on the right track, so that we can make corrections, make adjustments, etc.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Cindy Gustafson.
I was thinking, and I'm sorry if I've missed something here. I was thinking that tonight the purpose of our briefing was to go over the reasoning for going ahead and releasing the funding that has been held so far. It feels like maybe you're just telling us more about your Q-tip plan. Have you changed your plan, or you're just telling us more about it?
Well, we're providing additional information that was requested by from last briefing about how the process would fit in with the budgeting and the CIP process, and so that's what I was hoping to do, is
So did we
answer that question.
Okay, so in terms of there being public input in your process early on before it gets to the CIP point, or the council having input, by virtue of it having some public component just, for them to be aware of it, that type of thing. There's still quite a bit of decision making that goes into it administratively with your 20 some odd points. Is that correct? Maybe go back
Yes.
a slide.
Oh, sure. So and we provided a memo a couple weeks ago that provided some additional detail on that. And that is it's purely a technical analysis. And there are questions that we would look to the council for guidance on, as far as whether some of these data points should be given additional weight. Right now, they all have the same weight, although there's things, there's multiple data points that would account for equity. So in a way, it is already more heavily weighted, but those are kind of values-based decisions that we would look to council for guidance on.
So at what point is that? Because I don't see it in the process.
If you look on the timeline, we would look each summer to update before we start rescoring projects. So but we would do it whenever would work best for council. So July, August, September, looking at that would be the ideal for us as far as getting feedback and input.
Okay,
so
so
that we
so it's
be able
just
to
it's just
perform.
confusing.
That way it'd be ready in time for CIP. So
Okay, it's just confusing because it's an additional process to CIP, and we're all launching together a process, an opportunity to try to figure out the CIP process, and this seems to be overlaying that. And then I don't quite get how it's almost like a master plan. And master plans, we have a resolution by the council where master plans, the departments come in, they give the council the basics. The council has an opportunity to have some policy input, and then they work on their master plan, and then they come back and the council adopts their master plan. And that's not what this is. This is something different than that, yet it serves a similar purpose. So I might just be slow on the uptake, but I'm not getting it. But my bosses might, and that's what matters. So I'll leave it in your hands.
John, if I could chime in, I think.
Sure.
Or go ahead with your point, John.
Oh, well, so our challenge is we have master plans which have a variety of projects on them, but then we can only fund a small number of those projects in a given year. And so what we've seen elsewhere with bigger cities or with state departments of transportation is what you have is then you have your 5-year program where you actually match up the projects from your master plans with funding. And that is just an ongoing discussion, basically, and an annual process. So it might seem like this is complicating things, but it actually, the goal is to actually simplify things by for council to make decisions based to make decisions on which transportation projects to fund by better aligning those projects with state and city goals and master plans.
Yeah,
that's really the goal of all this.
Yeah, but I think that the piece that I'm struggling with is that criteria that was back on that last slide, the 20 some odd criteria, that is the beginning filter that you filter everything through before or separate from the council. And part of those things are value judgments. And I thought that's what we were talking about before. So I don't know how to get, what you are hoping for is to get your money released for this coming year. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cindy and Mr. Chair, I don't know if this thought is helpful. Hopefully it is. There's an upcoming.
I want to let Blake talk.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Jennifer, the floor is yours. I guess as far as what I was hoping to say is I appreciate those comments, and our definite hope and goal tonight was unlocking those funds as we're facing a critical construction timeline right now. My hope is that the pretty graphic and a fancy acronym for the way that John and his team are taking a data-driven approach to the allocation of transportation funds. I hope that doesn't potentially overshadow the fact that really this is a process where we're as staff trying to do due diligence to have recommendations and variables that are physical or structural quantitative metrics such as proximity to transit stops or other additions. And to John's point, we try to run this filter to help organize a really unruly master project list that we have, which is on the website, to do some of that staff due diligence, but ultimately come deferring to council as the legislative body that controls where funding goes. And as John mentioned, we feel as representatives of our districts has the ability to throw in some of those value laden or other tangibles or intangibles as it relates to the prioritization. So I think as far as just backing up, the Q-tip is trying to put a really logical timeline on all the various buckets of funding we can go after as a city and best leverage our staff time. We don't want to cause that to have any convoluting with the CIP process or others. So again, I think our goal tonight is to be able to receive feedback and hear about the project prioritization, and we'll defer to you from here. So thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Jennifer, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think that it seems like the process conversation maybe needs a little bit more time and space. And coming up, I know that the administration is working on a comprehensive look at the capital planning process in general in Salt Lake City. And so I'm wondering if maybe it makes sense to sort of fold the conversations that need to happen about this process. Oh, sorry, am I freezing? To fold these conversations into future discussion about this sort of holistic look at the capital planning process in general, and then sort of separating that from the projects that need to be funded this year that are being recommended by the administration this year. And so I don't know if the council feels like they have enough information to decide on this year's projects, and then maybe if we can put, no pun intended, but if we can put the process conversation in a parking lot and kind of revisit it, when the administration's had a chance to sort of evaluate the overall capital planning process, because I think these kinds of conversations would fold into that pretty well. And I just don't know if there's time to do that, like tonight. And we don't want to delay construction projects for at least this year anyway.
Yeah, there's definitely not time for tonight. But Julianne, do you want to jump in here?
The only thing that I was going to add is that there was a second question from the last briefing that council was looking to hear from us about, and that was what projects weren't selected for this year. And we do have the full list available. We could pull it up now. It's a really big list. So I don't know if we want to go through that exercise, but just, you know, illustratively, what I can say is it's not very dissimilar to the 6-year plan that engineering has, except in that engineering looks, I think, generally at feasibility. That's kind of the technical judgment that we have. And then they have one factor instead of 23. So it's pavement condition, right? And this is intended to fold that into our process. And so I don't think this is new or different, and I don't know that it has to influence the CIP process revision at all. It's a technical exercise that we just did less formally in prior years, and with so many projects in our master plans, we felt like we needed to have more accountability, transparency, and clarity about why projects get selected so we can communicate that at budget time.
And if I could just add, I think the only difference for this year is that there's now a dedicated funding stream. And so I think that that does make the conversation interesting about, does that dedicated funding stream sort of get automatically directed, or does it get sort of added to this sort of larger CIP conversation where it can also be used in some of those projects? So that was the only, you know, thing that caused the budget analysts in us to kind of say, like maybe it makes sense to look at this a little differently.
Okay. So, Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
One of the things we asked last time was for that complete list of the projects and the ranking, and you gave that. I appreciate it. What brought up sort of the point for me, though, was I love having more tools for you all to use, help with recommendations, discuss it with us. I wanted just to ensure that, number one, no projects don't get forwarded to us, because when I looked at that scoring list, maybe the top, if not the second top, was ranked 1 at the very bottom of that list, right? The 9th South crossing of the railroad. We had 2 fatalities in 18, and we realized that, but the criteria was there's no residences or business around there, therefore it drops. And that's a good example for me of saying, I don't think you're understanding the neighborhood need, because the neighborhood need is not trying to navigate 4 South, or even if you get over the bridge, you're in no man's land on the other side. It's 2nd South and 9th South that are at grade crossings that need some support. And so for me, that's where in your process, as we talk through when you come to the council to get this to move forward in that process, I think that's going to be critical, because I think the fear, at least my fear, is that we won't see projects that don't rank high. And we won't see the criteria or the rationale for it, so we can talk through it, because it sort of brought up for me the exact reason why early in the process we need to keep talking about this and get that feedback going. So I appreciate you giving all that list. That's helpful. That helps me to know that year in, year out, we won't have things vetted out and not forwarded to us that we can't look at. And so we can have those discussions and understand sort of there are complications that I'm not aware of clearly. And I need that feedback from you all. And I hope that we also have that conversation early enough where it doesn't get so far down the tracks, so to speak, in the trains, that we can't turn around and we're stuck in a bind. Where I'm choosing between a project that's ready to go, but is not nearly as impactful as a project that maybe isn't quite near to go, but it's never going to be because we never started. So that's the concern I've got.
Anyone else have questions or want to jump in? Councilmember Rogers?
Yes, I appreciate Jennifer Bruno's comments, because that's where I'm at this point. I think that I do not want to delay the construction projects for 600 and 1000 North. I know that that's a huge deal for us. I'm comfortable moving forward with the approval of these projects, given that we'll come back and have the policy discussion in regards to transparency and how these will be selected. So that's how I would like to move forward just so that these projects aren't stalled any further.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. I concur with Councilmember Rogers. I kind of, to be quite frank, I kind of was confused about this Q-tip process and its intent and the benefits that we would receive and that you would receive as a department when we first heard the briefing. And I think that was where some of our concerns came up of that we've heard, that you've heard before. But I think that's a much longer conversation and want to make sure that we're not stalling projects. But I would like to maybe schedule some time to really talk about this process because it's still confusing to me a little bit. So that's my 2 cents. I'm happy releasing money at this point, but I think we really need to understand what how the purpose will benefit you and us, because I'm confused. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments? Okay. Anything else that transportation wants to add?
Yeah, I would love to, if I may. Just say how much I appreciate this feedback, like even having this conversation. Councilmember Johnston's point about the 4th South Viaduct versus the at-grade railroad crossing at 9th South. Those are really important conversations, and I think highlights the whole purpose of why we have been wanting to create this 5-year program, is so that we can have those conversations. Because what I don't want is to be sitting in front of you saying, here's how we recommend spending $7 million this year, and the reasoning is just, in our professional judgment, it's a good idea. The whole motivation was to be organized and to be able to have more information, to be able to have more informed discussions. But I absolutely look forward to having more discussions about this and really figuring this out and getting to a point where council feels very comfortable with how the decision making is happening with transportation dollars. So again, thank you so much for the chance to even have this conversation.
Thank you, John. Okay. Let's move on then to our,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't know if you guys formally took a straw poll. I think.
Oh, we didn't,
someone
sorry.
Suggested it, and then I think,
Yes.
I don't know if it was.
I will make a straw poll that we release the funding and set this for a future agenda item for policy discussion. Does that work? Is that
Maybe
specific enough?
release as recommended by the administration, because I think that was the question: is do you want to do the projects that they recommended, or some other combination of projects?
I would release as recommended.
Okay, does everybody understand the straw poll? Anyone have any discussion or questions? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that. Got a thumbs up from myself, council members Fowler, Rogers, Valdemoros, Johnston, Dugan, and Mono. So that is unanimous straw poll. Thank you, everybody. Okay, now we will go ahead and move on to agenda item number 10. We're a little ahead of time, but since it's Rachel Otto, I'm hopeful that she might be available. Hey, there she is. Okay, so council members, this is for an appointment to the Utah Performing Arts Center Agency, or UPACA. Rachel, you probably don't need to tell us a little bit about yourself, but maybe just tell us like what your plans are for on being on this board, or what you'd like to see there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think, as with all of these sorts of intergovernmental boards, my role is to be a good partner to our fellow governmental entities to try to make sound decisions on behalf of the city and to hopefully improve the working relationship that we have that governs the Utah Performing Arts Center. So that's my hope.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Rachel?
Mr. Chair, you said that she didn't need to tell us anything about herself because we know Rachel, but I don't know what her favorite color is. So, what's your favorite color, Rachel?
I wasn't anticipating that question. I'm gonna go with that nice shade of teal that's behind Councilmember Johnston's head there. That high mountain there. I like that one. It's nice.
Soothing. All right, Councilmember Rogers.
Yes,
Did you have a
congratulations on another board appointment. That's really impressive. I have a question, not a question. You know that it's tradition that whoever gets appointed has to sing before the council as well. So it's happened before, one time before. So it doesn't have to be tonight, but Rachel, it's coming, right?
I'm actually fine if the council doesn't consent to this board appointment. That's one of the qualifications. I'll nominate Lisa Schaefer to take my spot.
You're killing me, friend. I love it, but you should sing. Just sing.
I think we should have Lisa do a music video.
It's in the works, friend. It's in the works.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or requests for Rachel? Sounds like she's not taking song requests, so other requests though, maybe. Okay, great. Thank you, Rachel. We will put your name on our consent agenda for tonight's formal meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
And
I will be present to win.
great. Oh, good. That makes it fun. Okay, we also have our next interviewee. Oh, no, wait. Yes, we do. Sorry. Next interviewee is Shannon Kelly for the Human Rights Commission. Shannon?
Hi.
Hi. So if you would just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this, in serving on the Human Rights Commission.
Perfect. Yeah. So as you know, my name is Shannon Kelly. I am a transplant to Salt Lake City. I live in District 6 in Sugar House. I currently work at Zions Bank as the head of model risk. And the reason why that might be relevant is we look at a lot of different analytics across the bank. And that actually includes looking at monitoring for illegal activity, some of which can contain the kind of illegal activity that may involve human rights violations. And so I have actually had some visibility into what are some of the things to watch for in that respect. I also have a really strong interest in economic equity and justice, economic justice as well. And that's actually been one of my passions, is a better educational system for having more economic equality. Really has to start very early. And in education and education encouragement in the right fields, mentoring and sponsorship, et cetera. So that's something I very much have a passion in as well. And I know that the Human Rights Commission does have a lot of different focuses, from talking to individuals who are on it, such as Selena Milner, who did recommend me for it. So I think, just given my various skill sets, I've just picked up and had a lot of different experiences where I could approach this from a number of different ways, either what to watch for in terms of some of the worst activity, human trafficking. Banks actually have to watch a lot for that in their small businesses, and there are telltale signs actually in monitoring the transactions to actually creating a better environment for more economic justice through the school systems, and a lot more opportunity as well in companies and or for entrepreneurs.
Great. Well, thank you, Shannon. Council members, does anyone have any questions for Shannon? Councilmember Fowler.
I just want to say thank you for volunteering your time for this very important commission. And I think that you will bring a very different perspective that's probably something, I mean, I hadn't thought about with some of the things you just said, but are incredibly necessary for this commission. So I look forward to you, and I want to just thank you again for stepping up and volunteering your time for this.
Thank you.
Other questions? Well, Shannon, I always tell people when they come before us as a nominee to the Human Rights Commission that that's was the first position that I held with Salt Lake City. And I love the work that we did on the Human Rights Commission, and there's so much opportunity there to really take different ideas and go any direction that you want to go. It's a great way to be involved with Salt Lake City. So I'm really glad to have you joining and bringing the skill set that you do.
Thank you. I'm glad to be in this tonight.
Great. So we will place your name on our consent agenda item for confirmation at tonight's formal meeting. You need not be present to win, but you're of course welcome to join us if you would like to tune in for the meeting. But thank you for being here, and thank you for your service to Salt Lake City.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a nice evening. I actually did have plans with neighbors this evening, but
No, you go ahead and you go ahead and do those plans. Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Council members, we have our last board appointment nomination for tonight, Edward Bennett, who is a nominee to serve on the Business Advisory Board. Edward, there you are.
Hello, everyone.
If you would just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you would like to serve on the Business Advisory Board.
Sure. My name is Edward Bennett. I currently work at the Suazo Business Center. I've been there since 2000. I don't know, what year is it? It's all blends together now. We're in COVID time, right? So I've been there 2.5 years. So April 2018. We work pretty extensively with the Department of Economic Development as it is. And having representation from the Suazo Center or from someone with my background and experience, I think would be a benefit to the BAB and what kinds of discussions we can have when we're actually meeting to discuss what's happening in the city.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Bennett?
Me.
Yes, Councilmember Valdemoros.
Hi, Ed. Thank you so much for being willing to participate in the BAB.
Hello, Anna.
I'm excited to see Suazo involved more officially, I guess, with the city and with BAB. And you know what, Ed, I wanted to ask you about what's your background? Because I know you from the Suazo Center, but I don't know before that.
So I've spent most of my life, sorry, I just realized that my fan is in the background and I don't know if it would cause headaches to people watching that spinning. So I've known a couple of you for quite a while. Andrew and I worked together at a treatment center in 2003 3, 4, and 5. So I've been around the block for a little bit. This isn't even any better. There's a light back here now. How's that? There we go. Excuse me. My background academically, I have an undergraduate degree from Westminster in economics. I have spent most of my life working in academia and operations. So I've worked at a couple different treatment centers, boarding schools, and high schools in administration and advising roles. I've worked retail in operations capacities. I managed a mortgage company for a while. I was a real estate agent. Well, I'm actually technically still a real estate agent, but I was a realtor for a while. I just don't pay the board fees anymore. I have an active license through the state, but I'm not active realtor. So a lot of what I've done has to do with working with people and helping people figure out what issues they have in terms of their operations. That's actually how I ended up at Swazo. Sylvia and I have known each other for quite a while. And when she contacted me 2.5 years ago and said, hey, I've got this nonprofit I'm working for, and I need help setting up systems and someone to kind of help me with dealing with the back end stuff. Can you come help work with our people, HR capacity, and systems type things? And I said, absolutely. And I was there the next day, actually. I was super excited to get started. I did that just as a contractor for a few months, and then I've been an employee for 2 years, a little over 2 years. So I have a varied background, but it's all consistently working with people and systems and operations type stuff.
That's awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I am grateful that Edward is representing the Swazo Center. I think it's a huge benefit for the city to have a closer connection with them. And I do know Eddie. He set me straight back in 2004. And I think he's a great addition. I think he does relate well to folks. I think he understands what he's talking about and will be a benefit to the city. So appreciate it, Eddie.
Thank you, Councilman. It's funny because I want to call you all like Anna and Andrew and Amy, and then I realize that we're actually in like an official meeting, and it's like, oh yes, Councilman. Thank you for that endorsement.
Sorry, Mr. Bennett. I agree.
You can call me Amy. It's fine.
You call me Anna.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. And as you may have heard before, we will place your name on our consent agenda for confirmation at our formal meeting. You do not need to be there or to tune in, but you are more than welcome to. That starts at 7 o'clock.
Very nice. Okay. Well, thanks, folks.
Thank you. Thanks for your service to Salt Lake City.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Bye. We'll talk soon.
Okay, council members, that brings us to our standing agenda items. Report from the chair and vice chair. I don't have a report. Andrew, do you have anything? Okay, then we'll turn it over to Cindy Gus Jensen.
Yeah, don't have anything unless the staff jumps in and tells me I do.
Okay, anyone want to jump in? Anyone else have anything?
Thanks, guys.
Okay. All right, so council members, we have a full hour, well, 3 minutes short of an hour for dinner. So we will go ahead and take our dinner break, and I'll see you at the formal meeting at 7 o'clock, which has a separate link.
Strong work, team. Strong work.
Thanks, everybody. See you in a little bit.